Okay, there you go.
I gotta be careful, I don't keep on Justin when he comes out of his driveway.
Yeah.
I figure he's always ahead of me though.
Okay, Liz, you're good to go if you want.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'll be attending by Zoom. And I'm guessing, Carl, you're the other one on with a phone.
I am.
Okay.
I'm on.
Good morning, Carl.
Good morning.
Let's call the February 9th board meeting to order. There's a quorum. All directors are present, with the exception of Kristen Tedonio. And let's move on to the minutes of the previous meetings. Has everyone had a chance to review them?
Liz, you may want to turn your camera off. You're
Cutting in and out.
freezing.
Okay, I'll turn my camera off. Has everyone had a chance to review the minutes? Can you hear me now?
They're all shaking their heads, yes.
Okay, any questions or amendments, corrections? Is there a motion?
None in the room.
Okay. Carl, do you have anything?
They're not posted on my Outlook, so I haven't been able to read them.
Okay, you'll need to go to call to order and press on the house. And it should
Okay.
load them. You'll find there are a couple new things.
Yeah, I did. Now they're there,
Okay,
but I haven't had a chance to read them, but go ahead.
well, what?
Read fast, Carl.
Here, read
Yeah.
fast. Levi will go over his attorney's report. Is there anything you can report in public, Levi?
Nope.
Uh-oh.
Back to you, Liz.
Are those reflecting your new rates?
I should. I hope so.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, Carl, you want to skim through those minutes while Mark's doing the manager's report?
I just did, and so I'm satisfied with them.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
Approve. Second minutes.
All in favor? Any
Aye.
opposed? Great. And
I do have a request, though. In the future, can we make sure that acronyms are spelled out the first time they're used in minutes?
Good point.
Yeah.
So you want them, so every month you want the acronym spelled out?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not like every single time, but just the first time they're used.
Right.
I forget month to month too.
Okay.
All right, well, it'll be.
So
helpful.
including Mountain Parks Electric?
Sure.
Yeah, I think.
Even Mountain Parks Electric.
All right.
That's the lawyer having to look for the exception that proves the rule.
Yeah, I think it'll be, if someone if a member just wants to read the minutes from one meeting, it would be helpful for them to have it I know we made a lot of references to the RDC and various things. So you're right, Kristen, good reminder. We'll try to do that. Don't you have a program for that, Levi?
Not familiar. I'm sure there is one. I'm not familiar with it. I'm old. I just
Okay,
type.
Mark,
Okay, actually, very few things to report this month, or at least a short report on each of them. Community Solar, we're still working with Cloudbreak on the purchase power agreement. Did have a conversation with them last week. The contract termination payment, no activity at the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. The buy down payment, which is also referred to as partial requirements. The administrative law judge held a pre-hearing conference on January 31st. The parties presented a joint draft schedule for his consideration. And on February 2nd, he issued an order. Well, actually two orders. The first one established the schedule. Discovery started on January the 3rd. The Tri-State's direct testimony is March 29th. And if you're just give you the page, Kristen. The intervener answering testimony is May 17th. Trial staff testimony is July 12th. The intervener cross 16th. Tri-state rebuttal is September 15th. The deadline for discovery requests and notice of depositions is September the 22nd. Joint stipulation of issues and witness list is the 29th of September. And then the hearing will actually be October 24th of 2023. The second order that he issued was to establish the rules of conduct for the hearing. And they're basically the standard rules that people have to comply with when appearing before a FERC hearing. On February 13th, which is Monday, I will participate in a meeting at Tri-State with other parties on the partial requirement settlement that was rejected by FERC to discuss other potential settlement options. And I have notified Tri-State that MPE will continue to pursue partial requirements until a full exit is accomplished. So because they were thinking that since, we had given them notice last month that they would just take us out of the partial requirements. And I said, no, you're not going to give us back our $25,000. And they said, no. I said, well, then we'll continue on. Pause for a second, see if there are any questions on those first three items. The FEMA update is that Adam will report on the attempts to modify the authorizations related to Highway 125 and the Trail Creek projects. We have not received any additional funding at this point. What was outstanding last month continues to be outstanding, and they are working on those. One of the amounts is subject to the modification for Highway 125, which they have approved. It's just we haven't gotten it back from FEMA. With the director elections that will begin in the April timeframe, we have, if one candidate fails to receive a majority of the votes cast, a second election is required by Article 3, Section 4D. It says the results of any such voting shall be based on the majority of all valid votes cast for each director at the election. So if, and we don't currently have this situation, but just reminding the board, if at some point we ended up with, say, 3 candidates within one district, and one of them did not get 50% plus one, then we would have to have a second election. And the cost of that will be about $15,000.
I think we have 3 for my district.
Currently, we have 1 for each that have actually filed in, their petitions, but I expect that we're going to get more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know additional folks have left signatures.
Okay. The fiber.
15,000 for the second election, or?
Yeah, the first one is 20,000. The second one will cost us another 15. On the fiber update, we were waiting until yesterday afternoon when I wrote this to get revised copies of the master communication agreement. There was a miscommunication between us and our attorney, and he sent that over. Levi and I will review it, Joe as well, and then we will hopefully be able to finalize those 2 agreements. The Walden office, we have been experiencing challenges there, and we are considering modifying the hours that the office is open to address staffing issues and security issues at the office. Currently, the office is open from 7:30 to 5 Monday through Friday. But due to some staffing challenges, we've had unanticipated closures. So if the person is sick, the office stays closed and there's no note or anything that's put up to notify people, because we don't necessarily know. And once we do know, we'd have to drive up there to put the note on the office window. So We've been reviewing over the last several months the number of visits to the office and also trying to address some of the security concerns because of the way it is currently constructed. When the linemen are out, which is most of the day, there is a single person, happens to be a female, that's in the office by themselves. And we don't think that that's necessarily the best way to operate. So what we are proposing to do is establish a new set of hours, which would be 7 to 1 p.m. Monday through Friday. We would have double coverage during that time frame. Would address some of the security issues. It would also address the issue where if one of the people is sick or on vacation, the office will still be open unless, of course, one is on vacation and the other one is sick, then we'll have an issue. But based on the traffic counts of people coming in, we believe that this will work. We don't have that many folks come in. We are also working on, I think we reported this to the board last year. Through NISC, there's a way to have third parties accept payments for bills. City Market has now been approved through NISC, or well, the Kroger Corporation, and the dollar store. So, and there isn't a City Market there, but there is a dollar store. So we are working to identify what we would need to do so that members could, anytime the dollar store is open, go in and make payment on their electric bill without having to come into the office. If we are able to identify another person to be that second person, we will post signs of the impending hour change. And depending on getting that staffing in place, we would give members 2 to 3 weeks of notice of the change before we made the change to the office hours. So I will pause there to see if there are any questions from board members. Probably, Carl, I'll start with you. Do you have any questions about that?
Yes, why not the second place to pay your bill be the bank instead of the dollar store? The dollar store has transient personnel. They are having trouble finding people, and so why not the bank?
We can reach out to the bank. The bank has to work with, or whoever it is, has to work with NISC to get onto their platform to be able to accept the payments. The dollar store is already authorized, and it's not just that one, it's all dollar stores and within their chain. And then all Kroger outlets are a part of it as well. We could look at other options, but I don't know that there are other options that are already approved. And we could talk with Mountain Valley to see if they would be willing to go through the process to become authorized to accept payments with NISC.
Is it all electronic payments or is it in-person payments?
It's in-person payments. So basically, I go to the dollar store, I show them my bill, and there's a code on it. They scan that code, and then it brings up the account information, and then I give them a check, a credit card, or cash, and they accept that payment and record that payment against that individual's bill.
Okay, well, I would check with the bank, but go from there.
Okay, we will do that.
Are you also exploring using the City Market store or Granby? I mean,
yes, we have, and actually Come and Go is one of the others that is approved. So we have had some initial conversations with Come and Go and City Market. We haven't finalized anything, and I would guess that the people here don't even know that they can do it yet. But because I was announced Kroger last week or the week before, something like that. Yeah, so it's relatively new that they have the ability to do it.
with coverage on Fridays too
Yeah.
and Saturday.
Are the visits, do we know time of day or just visits per day? I was kind of getting towards the 7:30 to 1.
The biggest challenge for us is in the afternoon. And so if they come in the afternoon, that's when we have had not all, but the intermittent closures. And so if they come at that time, we would most likely have gotten some type of communication from them of their displeasure, and to our knowledge, we haven't gotten any of those.
Is it 7 or 7:30?
7. So we picked those hours so that we were an hour before most people would go to work, and then the hour during the lunch hour, so that we have the coverage to allow for people. We do have a Dropbox there, so they could drop their payment in the Dropbox, and then it would be processed the next day.
Mark, has there been any security problem up there? What's the catalyst for all of a sudden it's a security risk for the history of Mount Parks Electric? There has been so, could you?
Well,
Hold
you
on
may
a
recall.
second. If there's really specific information, maybe we should.
Yeah,
not-
I'm not going to talk about the specifics related to that. What I'm was gonna reference is if the board recalls, last year in the tail end of 21, we had a couple of security issues with individuals, and we got restraining orders against them. And they have had similar challenges there.
Okay.
And we are addressing it here as well, but here, we have some separator between. And so that's as part of what we have in the budget to remodel there, to create the skater room and computer room and stuff like that. It's being addressed to address some of the physical issues, but those still would have one person there by themselves.
And then secondly, I forgot about ours yard, but I'm using, nothing against Family Dollar or anything, but ours in Kremlin, that's a very transient. I would not feel comfortable myself using them as a vendor. It's the same person is almost never there. When they are, it's, in my estimation, questionable.
And
I like the idea of the bank or some other.
yeah, and the only reason we were initially looking at them is that they are already set up there. And so that's something that we could potentially turn on really quickly. The process that the bank would need to go through, and since it would be the corporate level of the bank that would probably need to do it, that's going to potentially take longer. On another topic with the bank, I've had some conversations with them over the last couple of months on an issue that we're trying to resolve. And the people at that location are very responsive, but when they have to go to somebody that's not at that location, that level of responsiveness drops.
I think the doubling of the staff is just a society in general safety concern. Park rangers don't patrol anymore in the backcountry. It's just the nature of the beast.
Well, and this
So
also opens us up to some better productivity because one of our current employees there has the ability to do staking because she did it before she came to work for us. And so if we have the second person there, that individual could go out and do a staking job. Otherwise, we send somebody from here up there. And so it's an hour and a half up there, an hour and a half back, and then plus whatever time there. So it pretty much burns most of the day for them. And if it's a really small job, she could go out and do it. And then we save the travel time. So that's one of the things that we're looking at as well, because she has the ability to do it. And we don't necessarily have to do a lot of training with her. And for the smaller jobs, it would be much easier to do that than to send somebody from here. Okay. I've got one more item, and then we'll bring Todd in. The last item is, you may have noticed in your packet in the finance report, there are no December financials. That's because we have not closed the month yet. Under emergency business, I was adding something related to deferred revenue. And during that discussion, we'll give you some preliminary numbers where we are at financially, and that feeds into the discussion about the deferred revenue. So if there are no other questions.
Do our CSRs amongst the Walden office and here work in conjunction, I guess? When
They work in tandem for phone calls. So
Okay.
if a phone call comes in and the CSRs are busy here, it will roll and the person in Walden can actually answer the phone.
That answers.
Yeah. Any other questions? See none, go ahead and let Todd in.
And that, the Forest Service closed here, we have stock growers. Boy, did we raise hell yesterday about that. I went over poorly to the Forest Service office here, so that lack of customer service amongst our people, not on our end, rural people, they expect the place to be open.
And that is one of the challenges that we have had because when a few of them have happened, we didn't know that the office wasn't open.
And people tend to raise hell about that.
Yes, they do. We have Todd joining us. He is on the Clean Power Committee, but he is actually going to talk about something else. So Todd, if you want, you're muted. If you want to unmute yourself, the floor is yours.
Awesome. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for having me. I've been a Mountain Parks member since 17, been on the Clean Power Committee for the last 2 years. Let me share my screen here.
Todd, you're
You're
muted.
muted. Did we mute him?
Yeah.
Still muted.
All right, you can hear me now.
Yes.
All right, let me try to screen share on this screen. Okay, can you see this?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, cool. Let me see if I can get this right there. All right, perfect. Okay, as I said, been a member for about 6 years and then on the Clean Power Committee for the last 2 years. I also in the middle of sort of starting kind of a community organization that sort of focus on some of the topics that I'm going to kind of explain today, which are really about energy efficiency in our service territory, and then also about bringing more of the funds, state and federal funds into our service territory. So what the 2 programs I'm going to quickly cover, you're going to see these themes of making, helping our members save money, improving safety, and then also just making their homes more comfortable, mostly in the winter, but increasingly in the summer. And then also bringing more funds into our area, into our community that typically go to a lot of other communities. And I've sort of spent a lot of time talking to other communities and learning from them about how they're able to pull in so many state and federal funds. And I want to see us do that a little bit more. And so you'll see this notion of like turning $1 into $3 throughout this. So first, I'm going to hit on the first thing I'll talk about is energy assessments. And so I want to be clear on kind of what we're calling an energy assessment here. I know there's different versions of an energy assessment. So this energy assessment, which is run through a state organization called Energy Smart Colorado, they bring in a certified energy auditor who spends about 2 to 4 hours in the resident's home. They hook a blower door up to the front door. They sort of pull the air through the home. So you're sort of identifying all the cracks and insulation gaps within the home. And they're using a thermal imaging camera to identify all of those gaps. They're also doing safety checks. So they're sort of checking for carbon monoxide, flue checks, all sorts of leak tests for the gas appliances. I actually had this at my house. One of my houses in a house down in the Front Range, and they identified my hot water heater that wasn't correctly, worst case backdraft was sort of pulling the carbon monoxide back into my house. And so I had to quickly get that resolved. And then of course the energy auditor looks at the last 12 months. They sort of say, hey, you're over indexing or under indexing on energy usage. And then they create a nice report, which sort of gives the homeowner a roadmap of where they should be kind of spending their money and then potential savings. So all of this is what we call sort of an energy audit or an energy assessment. Currently, we don't have anyone doing this in our service territory. There are no energy auditors. And we don't really have a program because we haven't worked kind of together between the utilities and Energy Smart Colorado and an energy auditor. So I've worked on identifying someone who's sort of willing to go through the whole training program, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. But I just want to get you clear on what an energy assessment is. Other co-ops who are participating with Energy Smart Colorado are listed kind of on the bottom of the page there, so you can sort of see what that looks like. So here's sort of how it works typically in a community. So an audit costs a homeowner, an audit costs about $450. If you're in an Excel service territory, the Excel will rebate $200 of that. And I have some proposals here. Then there's the electric utility, which will then provide some sort of rebate typically. In this kind of table that I put up here, I've sort of split it between, because our service territory has Excel customers and not Excel customers. So if you get up to Walden, you're on Walden Gas. We have a lot of propane customers. So we don't have the benefit of the $200 in, for some of our members. So here I've sort of laid out what this could look like if we considered non-Excel customers would need a little bit more help. And then those who get Excel maybe need a little less help. But it kind of all lands on the homeowner needs to put a little bit of skin in the game. And this is how the programs run all across Energy Smart Colorado and the other service territories. And so you can sort of see a final homeowner cost with some sort of these this sort of suggested structure. There's also a federal tax credit up to $150. That's not income qualified. So just know that then the homeowner could go through the process of getting a tax credit for that. And so that's step one. There is this notion of, like, right now, no one in our service territory is taking advantage of the Excel $200 because we haven't set this program up. We haven't built this capacity in our territory. So just think about that for a second, is that, we want to crack open that Excel $200. And so this is all step one to understanding your home and what you need to improve about your home. So step two is then going and doing those improvements, right? It could be insulation, weatherization, windows. There's a whole bunch of federal incentives now and existing state and utility incentives, even through Mountain Parks and Tri-State, that can then crack open, right? So you can go and, I just got a heat pump, and so that had a big state incentive and federal and utility. Insulation is a big one. Insulation is a big one and a really easy one. But the point here is there's a lot of money that's harder to crack open if we don't start with step one. And step one is sort of getting that audit. So I'll leave you with that on energy audits. The second thing I want to talk about today is an energy assistance or energy efficiency assistance program. And then really I want to talk about care. But in order to talk about care, I got to talk about WAP really quick. So WAP is a weatherization assistance program. It's run by Northwest COG. This is income qualified below 60% median income, which for a single occupant in our area would be around $36,000. It's going to go up in April. So it'll be, maybe it goes up to 38 or 40. The goal here is to reduce the amount of budget that the resident is spending on their utilities, increasing safety, which is, again, a lot of things we just talked about with the audits. And then it's also just making their homes more comfortable. So these can include, you can see all the upgrades there. A lot of stuff we talked about, LED insulation, swapping out an old propane, furnace for maybe a heat pump. This program's federally funded. So it feels like when I talk to them, they have enough money. They use our incentives where they can, but they're not super hurting for money. Their goal in our service area is about 4 projects a year. So that's 60% and below median income. What I want to talk about now is CARE, which is Colorado's Affordable Residential Energy Program. The implementer here is still Northwest Cog. Northwest Cog comes and does the work. Same group that does it for WAP. A guy named Doug Jones, great guy, runs this program. This is administered by Energy Outreach Colorado. Now this covers the income range between 60 and 80%. So below 80%, which would be below $50,000 for a single occupant house. Same goals, same upgrades. The funding though is much more limited. So the funding here typically relies heavily on some money from Excel. It relies heavily on utility incentives and some utility partnerships. So I've listed some of the co-ops you guys are familiar with who sort of partner with Energy Outreach Colorado. So the thing here though is we're back to dollars unlocking more dollars, right? So Energy Outreach did 2 projects, two houses in our entire service area last year. We're sort of, they don't even promote the program in our area because they haven't partnered up with the local utility, the local co-op. And then they're not unlocking the Excel dollars, and Excel puts in on average $4,000 per project across the whole, all the projects that Energy Outreach Colorado does. So the idea here, and I'm going to sort of wrap this up, is if Mountain Parks from a community fund or otherwise can commit some dollars for CARE in our service area, those dollars, let's just say it was $20,000, that $20,000 now unlocks Excel money, and it unlocks other money that the program has. So you can turn 20 into basically like $70,000. And that would be enough to do about 12 projects in our service area in a year. Right now, we're doing about 2 projects a year. So, so really, in conclusion, so you guys can get your meeting continued. You know, if you could consider some money, sort of thinking around $8,000 budget allocation for energy audits at those 2 price points, right? $75 if folks have access to Excel, $200 if they're not Excel. We could really get the program. It would allow me to then, and Energy Outreach or Energy Smart Colorado, it would allow us to train the auditor, get the whole program up and running, because now you have a real program, something you can go and advertise through all the towns. We could advertise through Mountain Parks. We have a real program there for, you know, maybe around 8,000. And then on CARE, 20,000 would unlock about 70,000 and allow us to do, not even us, but Energy Outreach Colorado to do about 12 projects a year. And these are maximum numbers. These all come through application processes. So, you know, maybe 12 families don't apply for the CARE program. But right now, you know, two is really the lowest that's kind of happening across Colorado. So I'll leave you with that, and I appreciate your time.
Does anyone have questions for Todd about these programs?
This is Carl. I have one question. Years ago, Rob did home energy assessments with a thermal camera. Is that program not in effect anymore?
I can answer that. Chris has taken over the energy audits. Carl, what we've done is a level 1 walkthrough audit right now. So we will analyze your electric bills and look for patterns of usage, maybe even go into your hourly usage reports to that extent. 90% of the calls we receive from our members relate to higher than expected energy bills. So oftentimes what we're trying to do is basically look at their usage and see if there's any pattern to it that we can help diagnose and pinpoint what's causing that. And then if needed, we'll go out and do a walkthrough audit. We would call it a level 1 audit, where we're looking at the electric loads in your house, maybe your breaker panel and your meter. We do not have we have a handheld thermal gun that Chris uses right now. But we are not putting together detailed heat loss reports or what Todd's talking about is duct blasters and other equipment that we don't have to analyze leaks in your duct system and heating system. Those audits, it sounds like what Todd's proposing here is about a 4-hour kind of audit. Our audits are usually about 1 hour. The training that I received years ago through HERS ResNet was a process that was about a 15 to 20 hour audit. Not just going through the person's home, but follow-up reporting that was rather detailed. And we just made the decision not to spend that much time and resources for every audit. So we've just kind of scaled back to this level 1 audit. At the time I had that training, there was a gentleman who lived here that was doing that kind of an audit. I believe he's since moved on. So he's no longer in our community.
What did we charge the member to accomplish the audit?
Yeah, those audits that took 15 to 20 hours, we never implemented, but I got the training for them. And we don't charge our members for audits at all. And that was the other consideration. Todd talked about a fee and needing the homeowners to have skin in the game. And as a not-for-profit utility, where we're selling a product and people are questioning, is our metering right? Are we charging them accurately? My bill is higher than expected. I think we felt historically we needed to help our members and didn't feel right about charging them a fee to do that. And so kind of that's been the rationale over time on where we are right now with our energy audit program.
Well, it seems to me like there could be or should be some kind of connection to what Todd is talking about and what we are doing now. So I would encourage some investigation into that issue. Thank you.
I have a question for Todd. Hey, Todd, thanks for the presentation and thanks for your offer to help us figure out ways to get more state money and federal money to put to use for our members. My question to you is on the audit issue. I think it's really great that Mountain Parks does a free service, albeit limited, for our membership. In my experience, there are a lot of things you can identify without having to do a more in-depth audit or an investment grade audit like Rob was describing. But in other cases, you really do need to have that blower door test to identify where your sealing and leakage opportunities are, where your insulation opportunities are. In order to take advantage of the pots of money that you identified, do any of those require a certain level of audit?
The Excel $200 requires someone be BPI certified, which is
Building Performance Institute. Yep.
Exactly. Yeah, which is a kind of a 5-day certification process, and they require that they use all of that equipment, right? So that you're, and they, they're all obviously doing the safety checks as well, because Excel wants to know that, that all the gas appliances and everything, which is a super big part of the audit. So there's also equipment for, again, checking all the appliances, the flue, and so on and so forth. But yes, you have to get the $200 and unlock some of this other money, you have to be certified and do all those things.
Does the organization you're setting up plan to train some people in those audit practices?
Well, Energy Smart Colorado already does it. So, yeah.
And they would come out here even if they don't live here?
So Energy Smart Colorado will train a local auditor. And so I found somebody, I have two folks. One will come from Steamboat on the weekends, but we don't really want to rely just on a weekend person. And then we have a person who's in Grand Lake who's very interested in becoming an auditor. So if we can sort of line these things up, then they'll go to training through Energy Smart Colorado, and then they'll be our auditor for really our entire service area.
Okay, super. Thanks.
Rob, how many of the audits do we do a year now?
We've actually heard, I mean, so I can start historically. I mean, there were some years, 15 years ago, we were doing 70 a year. However, now with the Smart Hub system where we can see people's hourly usage from metering, a lot of times those problems can be resolved by a simple phone call. And so I think Chris is probably doing 10 to 20 a year in that range now. So it's reduced our road time. And so that's kind of where we are. We've been stuck on helping our members, and, Carl mentioned, this kind of audit that Todd's proposing. And we just have been real hesitant to charge our members for a service, but we've had to weigh our time and resources. I know Poudre Valley at one time advertised their free energy audits, and the minute you start doing that, it's a full-time job. For them, it was one gentleman doing 300 plus audits a year.
So we're doing 10, 20 a year?
In person
Yes.
audits, yes. And
then you're fixing the spikes
Yes.
over the phone, which is you left your heat tape on or
exactly.
that kind of thing. Well, Todd, thanks for the presentation. I noticed that there was a little overlap of what little I know of, the Electrify Everything program and our rebates on appliances and so forth. But most of what you're talking about is, I think, kind of new to us, which is the Northwest COG and the other programs you mentioned. I'd be in favor of helping to fund it. I just want to make sure we don't fund something and then, we're kind of overlapping with existing programs that are already in place. But I think most of what you're saying would be new to mountain parks. So I'd be in favor of helping out. I don't know, 2023 is partly over, how long it might take us to get the word out and staff it. But I'd be in favor of something new. Are you thinking that your committee would help, say, Rob and Chris kind of get things implemented, or are you looking more to Rob and Chris to do it?
And are you talking specifically about the CARE program or the energy audits?
I guess both.
Yeah, so I mean, the CARE program is really run by Energy Outreach Colorado, right? So we would get the word out through the Mountain Family Center and probably some other resources like that. So folks know that they have access to the CARE program. They go through an application process. Someone comes out, assesses their home, and then Energy Outreach then they start pulling together their funds, Excel funds, any incentives, maybe some mountain parks funds. And then that's how they sort of put together the project.
Todd, you're breaking up.
Oh, I'm breaking up?
Okay,
Make sure I
Todd,
turn your video off.
now we
Cool.
know, Todd, that the problem is not you or I, it's in the boardroom.
Oh,
Because I can hear
my video's off now. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know if you heard me, but it's really each project pulls funding from like 4 sources: Excel, Energy Outreach State, existing incentives, and then would be from the local electric utility. So that's sort of how those things are funded, right?
And so at the end of a project or the end of a year, any energy outreach would provide a list of say the appliances that they've put in that met the criteria for Mountain Parks rebates, and Mountain Parks would rebate that. And then I'm guessing that extra money, they would send a bill to Mountain Parks for that idea that if it'd be $20,000 and it would leverage the 70, I'm guessing that 20 is sort of cash, maybe for insulation or who knows.
Correct. Yep.
Sorry, go on, Mark.
I've got Todd, is this available? The service area that I represent down in the west end of the county, a lot of people are heating with propane or wood. Can we leverage those XL dollars even though they aren't XL gas customers? Does that make a difference? And I'm sure it's probably a lot the same in Carl's in the rural areas. We're not on XL's natural gas. And then second part of that question, what is your interest in this program, Todd? I don't understand. why are you doing this? So, two-part.
Yeah, great questions. So we cannot access Excel dollars for a household that's not an Excel customer. Is the short of it. Yeah, I hope that answers your first question. Okay, and then my role, my interest is so I'm passionate sort of about energy efficiency, resource conservation, and so on, which is why I sort of spend a lot of my free time working on this kind of stuff. And it sort of became super clear to me when I went to a conference last September, and there was Summit County and Pitkin and all the other counties, and they were all really organized, and they were all had plans to get millions of dollars into their counties, and into their communities for all of these programs. And I just sort of really was like, wow, we're not gonna get that, couple million there and $500,000 there, and because we're just not that organized yet. And so I sort of actually quit my corporate job to sort of focus solely on figuring out how do we get more money into our community, how do we get more organized, how do we sort of build the capacity so that we can start kind of bringing the money in and spending it within a community. So that's my interest.
I thank you for that.
Thanks.
And Craig, since I've been on the board, I know we have worked with PUG and the energy outreach program through Mountain Family Center, I believe. And I think we've even donated for some of those projects, but somebody else can correct me if I'm wrong. But I think Liz or Aggie and Kirsten had really.
I mean, I think we, are supportive, and I personally think our co-op has done a lot more relative to other co-ops to kind of demonstrate concern about these issues. But like Todd's describing, there's kind of a lot of programs and a lot of actors involved, and we have a limited amount of staff, and we've been able to rely on Mountain Family Center to disperse some funds. Northwest COG administers the weatherization program, although I am disappointed how few of our members they actually support. So anyway, we can leverage community resources and expertise to try and do this better and deliver better service to our members, I'm in favor of.
Todd, I've got just a follow-up question for if we decide to donate or contribute the 28,000, what kind of advertising goes out from the other care, and what's their level of work to get the word out versus ours?
Yeah, great question. So I'll start with care. So I would sort of help work with Mountain Family Center on the local front, but then on the care website. So anyone who was getting outreach from or materials from Energy Outreach Colorado, which also comes through Excel bills as well. And we could also put this in our own statements. Those would be sort of the different ways that somebody would find out about the care program and then go through the application process. So utility awareness, we could also push it out through the towns, and then also Mountain Family Center. On the energy audits, this would be something that we could advertise through Mountain Parks. Also the towns are interested. So Winter Park has said they would put some money into this if we could sort of pull this whole program together. So they would also advertise, and then we would just have all the local towns sort of put it out through, Fraser has a great Facebook page and materials, and so that's we'd get it out probably that way. I mean, maybe we could get something in the newspapers, but mostly through the towns and utilities, right?
So if we contribute, then is it you and your committee and Chris and Rob all working together?
Yeah, no, definitely. So wouldn't rely on, so Energy Smart Colorado for energy audits is going to be the organization that does the training of the auditor, that sort of works, gets the marketing material through the different towns. I sort of help make the connections just to make their jobs easier, right? So they know that point people at each of those. I don't think Chris and Rob have to have a heavy role here, except for the marketing through to our members. Because I think we want all of our members to know that this exists. But this is all the requests are going to go to Energy Outreach Colorado. They get it scheduled, they do the audit, and then something will come back to Chris, presumably, that says this member gets a $50 kind of rebate or $75 rebate.
You spoke, Todd meant to say Energy Smart Colorado for the
Oh, thank you.
that, but that's okay. Thank you, Todd. I just want to say, I think one point about these programs is, well, especially the program, is that it really it helps people who don't have a lot of money spend less of it on energy, so that they may be able to spend a little more on something else. So it makes life more affordable for them. To Kristen's point on weatherization, it is disappointing we only have 4 homes in our territory done a year. I think back in the early 2010s, we were maybe up to 8 or 9. The problem with that program is that if you were to donate, if Mountain Parks were to donate to that program, it would just reduce the amount of federal funds spent on WAP in our area. So we'd still get 4 homes. It's just Mountain Parks would pay for one of them, perhaps. So it doesn't grow the federal money to have us support WAP. Whereas if we do CARES, it would get us additional funds into the territory.
And Liz, those 2 programs can get advertised. So when we have more money in CARES, then we can advertise both programs a little bit more significantly, right? It's really hard to advertise something that only 4 households in your entire area can maybe have access to, and they have to make below 36K a year. So when you sort of now put CARES on that as well, you sort of just open up your aperture of like the ability to just tell more people that these programs exist. And so I think they work together.
Right. I'm just not sure what Northwest COG's ability is to add more WAP projects in our area based on their federal quotas.
Yeah, I mean, I think Doug told me they did like 45 projects over in where I think Doug's in Eagle or somewhere over there. So they have some capacity, but you're right. Like, I don't, exactly how they're going to allocate the funds to our region is a little unclear.
Justin.
I think Liz, you've talked to this in the past, but is CARES have the ability to help a renter? I know a large portion of the folks that were in need of this funding and don't have the income levels, obviously, are not owning their own house at that level. And is CARES something that can be applied to somebody that's renting a dwelling?
That's a really good question, Justin. And I know that Energy Outreach Colorado does rentals in multifamilies. That's separate from, well, the multifamilies are separate. Energy Outreach of Colorado actually does the work, whereas the single family units, Northwest COG does the work. At least that's my understanding from the past. That may have changed in the last few years. I'm not sure if it were a single family home that was rented, how that is handled. Do you know that, Todd?
I do not know. I do see that there's some landlord sort of waiver. On their application process, I sort of see where you need to get your landlord to sort of sign off for you to have the work done. So I can get some more detail on that, but it does seem like there's a landlord component to this. But I don't know if it's for single family or multifamily.
I would guess that would remain a big barrier for renters.
We can look into that for sure, or Todd can look into that more.
Yep.
Okay, any other questions for Todd? Very much, Todd. We'll be getting back in touch with you.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, Todd.
Okay, Adam, do you want to do the safety report?
Yes. Everybody should have the slides in front of them. I'll just keep it brief, but we did have a pretty good January in regards to incidents. We didn't have anything major or anything like that. We did have an equipment failure. Our skid steer that does the plowing for our parking lot, one of the door hinges had a hairline crack, resulting in the door to fail and not close correctly, which then resulted in the door shattering. Nobody was hurt, but it was equipment damage. We got it fixed. It's back in order, but again, one of those things you can't really see. It was a hairline crack and it failed. Now moving on to the next slide, we had a pretty good training in January. We had a snowmobile class. It was given by one of our foremen, and then we had a hands-on training out of Rapiers with Nate and Drew. They took the guys out and took some of our new snowmobiles out, and was able to use those in the field, kind of get some newer apprentices, some experience on those, get some avalanche endurance training, also some forklift recertification. And the big one that we just did it a couple days ago, and I wanted to add it into here because it's pretty fresh, is the Bridgestone Winter Driving School. 8 associates went, so we had a guy from Walden, a guy from Kremling, and then the rest came from here in Granby. It was a full-day class with Steamboat. Great school. I don't know if you guys have heard of it or not or experienced it, but great experience. It's more than just going out and learning techniques. You also get to team build. You get to know some more about the people you work with too. So really, really cool deal. I highly recommend it. I'd like to see going forward, maybe trying to send a group every year. Because some of the techniques you learn to use, things like that. And our guys are always driving in adverse conditions. So,
Adam, did you go through it too?
yes, I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we got first-hand knowledge. I've always wanted to.
I've always
It's been
wanted
up
to,
there a
too.
long time.
You should take the board next winter.
I would like to bring a board member. I think it would be awesome.
and stuff.
I was gonna say, my brother was in like the 90s, I think.
Looks like all Toyotas in the picture.
Yeah, it was like, a lot of Forerunners and Highlanders. So it was a big sponsor of it along with Bridgestone, Blizzak tires.
Take your bucket truck over.
Yeah, they actually have a trailer class. We're talking about that. So really, really good experience, and I think it's something we can incorporate going forward to help our employees gain some skills. We're going to have a recap next Thursday at our safety meeting and kind of do a sharing event about what we learned and share with the rest of the group. And then going forward, as far as training goes in February, March, we've got CREA up here next month or next week actually to do some dielectric testing. Still working on the first aid CPR. We're trying to work with Granby EMS to get that. Probably going to be April is what it's looking like, just based on their schedule and spring break and other things. So got a lot of things going on, and just moving right along. Anybody have a question?
What's the photo of the yellow pillar being picked up by something there in your board report?
Yellow?
Yeah. Or,
That I just found some generic testing and dielectric stuff. I'm just trying to put some down there that was representative of that. But,
Adam, do all employees do the CPR AED?
Yeah, so what I've done is when I reached out to Granby EMS, I did for the whole organization, including you guys. So when we get that kind of set up, I'll get the emails out to everyone. Because I'd like everyone to participate if possible. It's a good skill to have. Our linemen are obviously going to do it. They have to. But for office and board or whoever else, I'd like to get them in there as well.
thanks.
Okay, we can move on to the agenda item or discussion items. The Western United Annual Meeting, 47th Annual Meeting, is going to be done in conjunction with CREA's annual meeting. So it will be on the 23rd at the Grand Hyatt and commences at 7:30 in the morning. So in there, you have the notice and the agenda for their meeting. And the next item is we have to provide them with a delegate and an alternate for the annual meeting if we so choose.
So just a quick question for Mark Volt before we designate a delegate. Are there any issues that said delegate should be aware of that will be covered in this meeting? Do you have any, it looked like the agenda is very straightforward.
No, it's just a pretty generic agenda, and I don't believe there's anything, nothing from contention coming up from my limited, just taking Dick's spot on there. Right.
And the past ones that I've attended, it's pretty straightforward. I mean, they go through reports, and if there are any things to be considered, they will do those, but it doesn't take that long. It's about maybe an hour.
So they did it at 7:30, he apologized, that's the only time they could get a slot.
Yeah.
7:30, and everybody's moaning and groaning, but.
Right. So just, yeah, that I only asked that because when they added more territory to Western United, that annual meeting or those decisions took a little longer. Is besides myself and Mark, who else will be there? Mark Johnston, Mark Volt, are you going to be there that Thursday morning? Who else will be there?
Emily is also going to be there.
Okay.
Any other board members?
I planned on attending this unless somebody's going to be there. I was just going down just for this. I wasn't going to do anything else. I've been through strategic planning and everything. I was going to do particularly for this, but 1 hour.
I think we have at least 3. Liz, myself, and Emily will be there for the CREA stuff and also for this. So we have 3 to pick the 2.
Do you mean having to be there, or do you feel comfortable being there? Or?
I've been there, and I think I was the alternate on one of the meetings. I think Jeff Hauk was the delegate in that particular meeting. So
I was considering going down. To go down for a meeting at 7:30, go down the day before. If somebody else can cover that, or I plan to go down, but I'd be glad not to.
Yeah,
so
I believe
it doesn't matter to me.
I believe we can.
I can be the delegate, Mark, and save you a trip down and save that expense. And
Yeah, the expense and everything.
I'll be there anyway.
Yeah, because I was doing it was on special, and with no contentious issues at all going on, I think you could sure speak as well as I could. Being a new member.
I'll nominate Liz as our delegate and Mark as the alternate if we need a motion for that.
Yeah, is it a second?
Second, Cray.
All in favor? Any opposed?
Thanks for doing that. That saves me.
Okay, our next item is director's duties and standards of conduct.
Hey, Liz,
Yes, go ahead.
I
There's
think,
paperwork that has to be signed.
okay, yeah, I think on that 23rd, since I'm the CREA board member, I just wanted to clarify, I think we talked on the 22nd, we had that conflict, and so I'm going to go on the 22nd to the Winter Park Resort meeting with CA and Sky, and I think maybe Adam and Rob were going to try and do that again. And Mark was going to be out of town, so I will miss the CREA stuff on the 22nd. And I think what we talked about a month ago was, since you were going to be down on the 23rd in Denver, you could cover that CREA stuff for me. Was that right?
Yeah, I'm going to be at that meeting on the CREA. It's a CREA board meeting at Tri-State. So I will be there all day. So I will go to all those meetings. I will go to not the managers meeting, but I will go to the president's meeting and then the joint meeting. So
okay. Do you think that's good enough coverage that gets me out of that day?
I think so, Craig.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else on the 22nd and the 23rd, Justin?
No, I think you and I had talked just if about potentially going also to that. So I haven't. We just had a cursory talk. I know.
Right. Do you want to? I mean, do you want to go to that one? Do you want to come down and go to it? Because you're more than welcome.
Yeah, let's see closer to time how we're doing with the agenda there, and if coverage is needed, like Tracy.
Okay. All right. Because you are the official alternate, I won't I don't believe I'd be able to vote on anything, but I
Yeah.
can, I'll be there since it's a joint meeting of all those entities, I'll be there. You can
Okay.
listen back.
Yeah, at the board meetings, any director from any organization can attend, but the delegate or the alternate are the only ones that can vote on items that come up at the board meeting.
Could we just delegate Liz?
I think it's a
No, we actually, what I signed and then Kristen did, was putting you as the delegate, Justin as the alternate, because they didn't have it in an official format, so we had to do that, and we just emailed that to them so that they can put it into their directory.
Okay. It's not a big deal for alternates.
no.
No.
That's what I was wondering.
I doubt there's
Would somebody else be in there.
pressing matter. That's what Liz and I were going to look at ahead of time. Hope you lost.
Review that, Justin. I think I saw that agenda yesterday, maybe.
Actually, I think they have sent it out. I'll forward the agenda to you.
Okay, I would have probably maybe got it, but maybe not. I have to talk to Joe about it. Well, reload it. Hasn't for like
Reading too.
It's been waiting for like days. So. Anyways, we can do that at lunch.
Okay, that sounds good.
Yours is too, great.
So Liz, you want to look at policy D1?
Yeah, let's go to
Yeah.
director's duties and standards of conduct policy D1. Has everyone had a chance to review it?
And the only changes are on page 4 of 4, deleting 3B and making a change to 3C, adding some additional language.
You'll clean up the A, B, C, D thing there. So it doesn't.
I think it is, but it will be, yeah, the way it was, instead of doing it, because the red line is in the balloons instead of in the body. I think that's why it looks that way.
Approved.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, D2.
And B2 is a very lengthy policy, 1 page, and there are no changes.
Why do we even have this?
Seems like it could be rolled into the last.
I think we probably have it because we haven't wanted to roll it in yet. That would cost more. Huh, Levi?
Sure.
Maybe next time around.
We won't remember that. It'll be 2 years, 3 years from now.
I'll make a motion to approve as presented, policy D2.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. All right, the RESP loan program.
We discussed with the board last month the RESP loan program and some of the challenges that we had. And specifically, Levi had talked about the letter that he is required to do for CoBank to kind of finalize the borrowing that we did when we refinanced our US debt. The board suggested that they would like us to see if there is a way for us to maintain the RESP program, which is the Rural Energy Savings Program. Levi and I have reviewed the non-RUS borrower document, a redacted version that they sent to us. We had a conversation earlier this week, I believe, or it may have been last week, and I identified a number of areas that I thought were needed to be adjusted, and we went through those. They have adjusted the agreement for us, but not all of the things. There are 2 items that are left in the agreement that I would say were deal killers for us. And it puts a tremendous burden on the utility to ensure that certain things are in the contract that the member signs, between them and the contractor, but we have to review the contract before they can sign it and be able to certify that it meets the requirements of the program. So Levi has reached out to the attorney that is on the RUS side, and he had been very responsive. We have not gotten back a response on those two items. The other thing that they want is because they will not have access to the assets of Mountain Parks, and that's normally what they use to backstop a loan that they would make. They want something to be able to provide them security, and they have suggested that a letter of credit would suffice. In talking with them and understanding what they want, and then having a subsequent conversation with CoBank, the could do, but it would be potentially extremely expensive for us, up to $100,000 a year. So we went back to them and asked them if they would accept something different. I then talked to CoBank, and Tuesday got a response from CoBank that there is a way for us to provide what we believe they are looking for at no cost to Mountain Parks unless we draw on the RESP loan. And that's the issue, is we're approved for a $10 million loan. And so if you want a letter of credit that backstops that $10 million, it's a 1% fee, so $100,000. We have never drawn on the loan, but we'd still pay that $100,000. And by the way, that's each year because the letter of credit has to be renewed each year. The way that we have worked with CoBank to potentially satisfy RUS but not incur the cost is that CoBank would issue a letter of credit to Mountain Parks that would be satisfactory to RUS, and it would be backstopped by our line of credit with CoBank. And since we don't have a fee related to that, we wouldn't pay anything unless we actually borrowed or did a draw on the RESP loan. And so at that point, then there would be a fee, but it would be minimal.
What would that fee be? What's it, it's not just our normal interest. What's the interest on that RESP loan?
Zero.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That was the attractive point.
Yeah. So there would be no fee on the RESP side. There would be a fee on the CoBank side because, so let's just say that we did a draw of $1 million, then it would be 1% of the $1 million.
Back up whatever we draw.
Yeah.
Pretty cheap money still.
Yeah, it's still inexpensive money. And I believe that based on, we have asked RUS to give us the format of the letter that they are requesting. I think that there is the possibility that working through CoBank, we could get it to where we don't even pay the 1% when we draw, as long as we have that letter or line of credit to backstop it, so that if for any reason something happened, they could then draw on the line of credit to pay RUS back. So I think that there's a strong possibility that we can do this at no cost to us.
That's great news. Thank you, Mark.
Yeah.
Cheap money.
Now we just need to get RUS to agree to the changes in the agreement. And if we can do that, then I think that we can move forward with this.
Find something to put it to good use on.
Thank you.
How long is that good for, that 0% money?
10 years.
10 years from,
So the authorization was for 10 years. We're 2 years into the 10. But once you make the loan, so if you made a loan in year 10, the last day of year 10, then there are 10 years to pay it back. So it actually goes for
Pays out.
20. Yeah,
back, isn't it?
it is.
Any downside to that?
You're still a RUS borrower then.
No, we would not be an RUS borrower, and so we're not subject to those requirements. It's just these two things that are still left in it that would be extremely onerous on us. And one of them It relates to the sale of assets. There are two sections in the agreement. One of them has a specific clause in it that we have asked them to do one of two things, either eliminate the clause, which then makes A and B the same thing and you could get rid of B, or just get rid of B altogether. And because it would be really difficult for the organization if we wanted to do some things that if that clause is in there, because then we have to get written approval from RUS in order to be able to do that. And for a loan that we maybe would never draw on, that just seems ridiculous to me.
A nice chunk of insurance. I mean, if something happens on unforeseen, which that never happens to us.
Well, remember, this is just for the,
We can't use it for everything.
lending to members.
It's
This can't be used for Mountain Parks purposes.
lending to members through the, well, providing financial assistance to members through the Electrify Everything program.
Okay, so that's what it's talking about.
Yes.
But I think it speaks, Mark, a little bit, Mark Volt, so far, those projects, Mountain Parks has been taking care of using internal cash flow and then getting the interest back on that through those investments. And this is money that those projects could go to or be funded by, freeing up additional cash. So not that, I think Mark will talk later about where we preliminarily might have come in 2022, but it just offers more flexibility on how it's another tool in the toolbox and something for our members.
Thank you.
And I will, because at the Tri-State Managers meeting, their REST program, I will just kind of give it back. They will have a similar program. So basically it's RUS money. The program, it does the same kinds of things. The difference is they charge 4% interest. And the interest is broken down. It's not necessarily interest. There's a administrative fee associated with it. There is I won't call it a margin, but a fee to have the program. And we had I would say, robust discussion at the managers meeting, because they did a presentation about the benefits of offering rebates and those types of things, and that influencing somebody's at the retail level, somebody's decision to buy something or do something. And I said, well, with ours, we have a minimal interest rate, and then we also have rebates that we offer. And I said, at 4%, I think you are discouraging people from taking advantage of the program. And their comparison is, if you would want to do the same thing, so put insulation in your house, if you went and got a loan from your local financial institution, it would be more than 4%. So basically, it's a good deal for you, which I don't disagree with that. I just think that if you can offer it to them at 1%, it's a better deal for them. So we will keep working on it, and perhaps next month we will report that they have agreed to make the changes and that we can execute the agreement. Again, it will be a slightly different agreement than the one we executed the first time. And then we have worked out all of the issues with CoBank at this point. So we're just waiting for RUS.
Great.
Good negotiation. Thank you.
The next on the agenda is the GM employment agreement. We'll be discussing that in executive session. The District 5 vacancy, we have a conversation starting at 2 today about that. We'll talk about the questions we're going to ask prior to that. That takes us to the Meadow Park High School Educational Fund request. Is there anyone on staff who can speak to this a little bit, or?
I will try. This is a piece of equipment that would be used for the high school for sports, basically to help keep the athletes in good shape and also help them deal with injuries that they sustain doing the sport, whichever sport they happen to be. It shows you there, it's a multi-module therapy unit, and it can do ice compression, heat compression, intermittent compression, contrast compression. So it's a device that they would use to treat the athletes of the high school that end up being injured. And in the document, it shows you the cost associated with it. So there is, the cost for the unit, and then there are additional, call them add-ons to the unit to be able to allow to deal with whatever the injury might be, shoulder, back, legs. And so the total amount is on page 2. It's $27,022.13. And it does also have estimated shipping, handling, and a discount amount.
Some questions on this.
Uh,
First is, why isn't school funding it? Why are they sending people to us for all these requests?
Well, and it's not people, it's the school.
Yeah.
I can't answer that with 100% certainty, but I believe the answer is because the school won't fund it. It's not in their budget, and so they are looking for other sources of funding to be able to do this.
Second question, I'll put it out there to the members of the board who are athletes. My understanding is if you're injured, you gotta rest, ice, elevate, compress. Over time, having one centralized piece of equipment in a school, does that actually help athletes recover? Or I guess I just fail to see how a piece of equipment, the price of a new car, really helps kids heal.
And I am not an athlete and wasn't one in high school, but have done things running that type of thing. I think this is something that would assist with the healing process. The athlete would still need to do things, heat, ice, and ibuprofen, I think, and Tylenol list there, that would, when they were not at the school. But this would be something that the school could assist. So when the injury happened, they could utilize this to be able to help the athlete heal.
And when I went to high school at Middle Park, they have a pretty robust athletic training room. It's pretty neat. And before practice I think it's utilized before practices. There's always people getting taped in there, and if somebody's injured, they spend the practice in there getting treated. But I don't know to the extent of what this will help. But they have a cold plunge bath in there, and they have individual one of these I know that you can put on your knee. And so part of your practice is recuperating, and that's 4 or 5 days a week. But that's all and it's a good, they have a pretty good facility already. Can't speak to if this is worth the price or not.
And my question is, having been married to a therapist for 40 plus years who specializes in hands, this is what she does for a career. But I'm wondering, you may know better than anyone, what's the level of certification or knowledge of the trainer to?
Oh, the athletic
able to
trainer
do that.
there's a professional and even teaches. I think I even took a sports therapy class there, as one of my electives. So she even teaches, at least that's how it used to be. I believe Mrs. Mork was her name.
Kathy Mork?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Who's a physical therapist.
Yeah. So she actually was the physical or the
trainer.
Yeah. And each team has students that are volunteered to help with each team. But that's all.
Because that was kind of one of my concerns is having $30,000 worth of gear, but nobody knows how to use it.
But that's hard. They do ultrasound machines and all that. To help break up,
And part of it is, having this equipment to keep them out of Nina's office or Kathy Mork's office or Josh's office. But is it kind of tuned in to our mission or, at this level, at a lower level of contribution?
And if the board wanted to postpone any decision, we could request that the school send somebody here to explain how they will use it and the benefits of it, because frankly, I can't. Or if the board wants to just say no, we can communicate that to them as well.
I think this is a stretch, no pun intended. We've stretched this stuff. This is really stretching out for a limited number. Old school, eat some ibuprofen and be careful. Or be careful first, and then you got to do it. I think this is a stretch. Does any of this stuff even take electricity? Going, how it's tied to us. I think this one's a stretch in my mind. I would not be.
Just looking at it, the basic unit is 20 grand. And then the little add-ons for shoulder and hip and elbow and foot are the little, what you plug into the main gizmo. But the main ask is really 20,000, and then you have to get the accessories.
I'm sure it's cycling cold water through to you have a knee surgery, but.
I looked it up online yesterday and it looks like a little wheelie machine with a bunch of attachments to it. Yeah.
I think Mark's suggestion, I'm really hesitant on this. I think the $600 we did for soccer jerseys and this and that was really kind of a fun community thing. This is more of a health,
Something the athletic department should be.
yeah. And so I don't know if we should learn more and maybe do some cost match, because I think it helps the community, but it's not, I don't know that it fits in quite with what we've done in the past with my limited experience.
Don't want Mountain Parks to be on the hook for buying one of these from every school district, and then that's $100,000 on a ice pack machine.
But I don't know.
What's the mogul skills say about it?
Yeah.
A user of
That's
such,
true.
a user of such items, Liz.
Well, I think this is a little bit more advanced. Technology has advanced since I was a mogul skier and also since I was a soccer player. But I will say that in high schools and colleges, you certainly do have athletic training rooms, and you have various modalities that are used to try to get you back to the playing field more quickly than if you were to just elevate and stay on your sofa. And it's not just this type of machine, but it's all sorts of PT, which, exercises and stretches and whatnot that in massage that Cray's wife would know about. I would say this does meet that minimum standard of using electricity. It's going to have all sorts of pumps. It can treat 9 athletes at once, which I think is probably something that they're looking at because they have limited staff to do this manually. But I do share some of the concerns about understanding who's going to use this and understand how to use it over the long term, and who's going to take care of it, and are we on the hook for one in each school district. So I do share those concerns. If people are interested in a cost match and having whoever is sort of going to run this come and talk to us about sort of the long-term plans for it and how the training will be done, then I'm all ears. If people don't have that interest, that's fine too. So sort of, I'd like to get a temperature if you want more information, or you are pretty set in thinking this is too much of a stretch, as Mark would say.
I guess I'd be interested in maybe learning more and possibly making a much lower donation. I don't know what parents of athletes skin in the game. I know they might pay extra fees. I just like to see if this had other funding sources available, matching or parents or bake sale or whatever they could do. If this is a really new piece of equipment that they've never had before, that might be worthy of them doing a little legwork to get some funding rather than Mountain Parks doing 100%.
Yeah, maybe, I mean, other organizations within the school, like the Gridiron Club that helps the football program and Wood Park Medical. I mean, I agree. I'm not, that's my opinion too. Maybe some more additional information to get a partial.
Okay, I will, we'll reach out to the school to see if they can, maybe the trainer, come over and explain the device, how it will be used, how people will be trained on it, as well as, their efforts to seek other funding for the piece of equipment. So we will reach out to them to see if they can provide somebody to come in.
I guess I'd be interested in, is this piece of equipment, is there one over at, if the trainer knows?
Park Health?
Yeah. Is it somewhere in the county? Are we duplicating?
Oh, I'm sure there is, but the problem is the kids are at their sports practice and you can't go drive over there for your treatment.
And then it's a medical visit. Yeah.
They do have a good ice machine, I'm sure, in bags too. So.
One thing.
And snow, you got a lot of snow up here too.
Yep, if the ice machine.
But then the 5-gallon bucket, and stick your ankle in there.
Yep, and the Colorado River.
I have like a history question for folks who've been on the board longer than I. It seemed like at one point, Mountain Parks was asking the school districts to kind of come in once a year.
Yeah,
Was that
we're
the plan?
going to talk about that later on in the agenda.
Yeah.
Under the sort of the charitable trust, and talk about how we move forward, setting up processes so that it's not just
Free for all?
yeah, so free for all, and yeah, so we get a little bit more of a handle on it, but I think it's going to take some thought and maybe a committee.
Okay.
And maybe also tying into our strategic planning session. We'll have at least one new board member. I'd like to have a discussion with all of us, with the current board, thinking about, we're probably going to have different board members coming in. When's the right time to discuss our strategy on this and set up a process that makes more sense so we don't have that free for all. But let's take a break for, people need a break for about 15 minutes? We come back at
9:50? What you saying, 9:50?
9:50.
Yeah, great. I mean, there would be quite a few people in there in the athletic.
Hey, Mark, can I borrow a pen?
They'd used it.
I mean, they were probably taping
Got it. Just for one.
and
You can give it right back.
ankles every.
Got another one somewhere.
Kathy's awesome.
Yeah, I can.
just yesterday. And then I checked because I was. You can herd the cats.
I don't see any cow down there.
But you guys.
So we went with,
It's on the list.
yeah, which is on the list. Yep, I think they're a little more pricey, but like they're well certified. They know their stuff. You won't get a call back if you go with
I
them.
won't pass your name on.
Please do.
I'll just tell them that you used.
Yeah. Sure.
Because that'd be cool if you.
It would. And then they have C2 in case they need that.
Yeah. Okay, Liz, we are ready.
Okay, well, we're going to go into the operations and engineering report. Go Adam.
All right, morning, everybody. You have my report in front of you. A couple things that are not on the report. We've been working on the Charles Creek restoration from the Troublesome Fire scope change. And we actually submitted everything we thought they needed, and we had a meeting last week, and they go figure they needed some more information, and actually a different kind of estimate, kind of a like for like estimate. Just the kind of, they put it in a cost analysis to make sure it's a cost effective project. Basically going from overhead to underground. That process had already been completed about a year and a half ago with the old numbers, but because we got inflation and new numbers, we basically had to do a new overhead estimate also. So we're in the process of that. We're also asking for a time extension on that project. It was basically supposed to be done May 31st of this year. And due to supply chain issues and not being able to get the material, we weren't able to start that project last year. And so we're asking for a year extension. So Craig and Leah and Dean and several of us have been working hard on trying to get that scope change done. And I'm guessing we'll probably get that wrapped up hopefully with the state next week. And then we'll just be waiting, similar to the 125 project, we'll be waiting on them to basically run through all the people that need to see it and approve it. I'm hoping it gets approved before May, hopefully. In my report, you'll see we've been working hard on a lot of process updating and just trying to be efficient. We're coming up with some good processes, I think, that will be simple for members to understand. We'll have a new simple service that some of you in here have heard me talk about before. It's going to be one flat charge to our member to construct a 200 amp meter pedestal within 20 feet of Mountain Parks' source on their property if they have a situation like that. We're really trying to promote meter peds. They're simple. This is in the name. You know, when we start digging to houses, when we start digging things outside of that 20 feet, these jobs get complex. Lots are getting built out more and more. This is one of the things we're seeing. You know, if you have a 40-foot lot, builders are trying to build that entire 40-foot of that lot. And it's not leaving a whole lot of room for electric and gas and everybody to get over there to the house. So we're really trying to make an effort to promote meter peds. What you do after our meter, we might not recommend you put it all together, but it's really causing some issues trying to get everything over there to these houses. Due to inflation, we're kind of changing up some of our processes on, like when we do meter on a house or a 320 amp service, we're going to start, we'll design your job, but we're not going to send a contract till we get a meter release. And the reason for that is right now we have probably 200 to 300 jobs waiting on meter release that people paid contracts for, and they can hang out anywhere from a year to 2 years. And you can imagine that with inflation, you pay a contract today and you don't complete that job for a year and a half, the prices have changed a lot since then. So a lot of these jobs, you pay a contract, and then a year and a half later, we end up invoicing you for the difference in the contract that you thought you were good to go. And a lot of people aren't happy about that, as you can imagine. But go ahead.
Do we know what the flat fee will be for the simple
So
service?
we have a real good idea right now. I'll go ahead and tell you it's $4,999.
Roughly?
Roughly. We will
No cents?
update that as we get.
Might as well go 99 cents, right?
99 cents. Yes. And
That's specific now.
we did do that on purpose.
But this also addresses one of the issues that we've heard from contractors is that, you know, when we do the trenching, that they could do it much cheaper and their electrician could do it and save money. So this basically says for a flat fee, we're going to put the pedestal there. Whoever you want to use, if you want to do it yourself, you know, and you believe you can do it cheaper, all you got to do is run that from the pedestal to the house or barn or,
I think it's a good idea.
yeah.
So I would add to some of this, some other co-ops are saying, this is all we'll do anymore. They won't dig to the house anymore. I don't believe that's where we want to go. We still want to, you know, we'll do it, but this is how we can do it. You know, we say we're going to want that meter release, then we'll send the contract, and then that keeps that job being built within that construction season, hopefully. And we can minimize the invoicing at the end of these jobs, because nobody likes that. And we will have some jobs that, you know, things out of our control, you'll still see some invoicing. That's why we've addressed our reconciliation process, trying to make it clear to not only everybody on the staff how we're going to reconcile these jobs, but if a member asks, we can explain this is our actual process. We have changed that so many times over the years that even myself, who I know quite a bit about it, I was getting confused. So we have spent the time, we got a clear reconciliation process, which is we will reconcile all primary jobs. Those are typically the jobs that are the big numbers. Secondary jobs will be on a case-by-case basis. And then the simple service job that I'm talking about, we will not reconcile those jobs. Go ahead, Mark.
It got posed to me, and you probably can't answer it case by case, overhead versus underground, like 2 times, 3 times. Is there a ballpark figure you got, or is it really job soil specific?
Well, our current standards say that we underground everything.
So that's okay.
And so
that's it.
unless there's a reason not to, we don't. I mean, it's for safety reasons because, you know, wires above ground, dry season, start fires, underground, not so much. Less maintenance for the underground stuff. And a lot of the jurisdictions want stuff to be undergrounded. And so that's our standard is
That's the default then.
undergrounded, yes.
Okay.
You'll see, Mark, that, you know, we're actually, you know, a lot of that grant process that we've been working on, FEMA and whatnot, we're working on undergrounding more existing lines. And it's all for fire mitigation. There's really not a better fire mitigation out there. Let's just underground our line. So, you know, let's pay a little bit, if we have to go rebuild a section of line due to age, let's spend maybe a little bit extra underground that line. And then we're kind of getting rid of a huge hazard of potentially starting a fire. So that really is a big consideration on my end, that why we're really pushing for underground moving forward.
And it reduces the amount of vegetation management we have to do as well. Because you don't have to worry about a tree falling into, I mean, if it falls in the forest, nobody hears it, but it falls on top of the line, which is underground, it does no damage.
Not a question anymore.
Yeah, the 20 feet, is that picked to keep it within the right of way, or why'd you sort of?
So we picked 20
Pretty
feet
close.
because that fits that cost. That's what we kind of came up with, where, you know, some people are only going to want it 10 feet, some people are going to want it 20 feet. We might lose on a couple of the ones that wanted exactly 20 feet, but we're seeing the average, that we're going to be okay anywhere between that 0 to 20 feet, that Mountain Parks is going to be all right. And I've talked to accounting and Mark, and everybody understands that we might not win on every when I say win.
Cover our
we
costs.
Cover our costs on every single one of these jobs, but the amount of efficiency that we're gonna gain on just, this is a flat rate. This is simple for our guys to go install. It's gonna come out that it's worth it.
And that's basically a riser down to a conduit to a pedestal.
If you had an overhead or a riser down a pole
Yep.
into a pedestal, it covers an underground over to a pedestal, any of those situations. So engineering operations, we've been working hard on these changes. We'll be continuing to work hard to educate developers, builders, electricians in the coming weeks and months before construction season on our new processes. We have planned in March to go to the Grand County Builders Association meeting, talk about these changes. We'll be hosting kind of an open house for electricians, developers, builders to come by, and we'll be discussing these changes. More with Rob, we're gonna get something on our website, talk about these changes. And but just caution, anytime we make any changes, somebody won't like it.
And you may get a call.
One of you might get a call. And it really is, a lot of what we're doing is due to just the supply chain inflation issues that we're doing. Trying to basically avoid that invoice as much as we can at the end of these jobs. When we do give numbers to people, that's going to be a very good representation of what they're actually going to pay. So that is the ultimate goal here. And trying to become more efficient internally. We've had some processes here that have just a little clunky on how it works internally. And we're trying to streamline that and try to make an overall better process for everyone that's working. So, just I'd follow up with, it's been a fairly quiet month with outages, thankfully. Ours have stayed away from our poles this month. It's been pretty cold. There's a lot of snow out there. We've been taking care of a lot of housekeeping things. Just talking to Craig earlier, fixing lights, line patrolling our lines, which we have to do. And getting done a lot of things that we haven't been able to do in the last couple of years because we have been so busy with recovering from the fire and just really busy construction. So it's been nice to kind of take care of some of this maintenance items that we have. I think that's pretty much all I have unless anybody's got questions.
I have a question on 9.2 million that was approved.
Yes.
Could you just summarize that and what it will help cover?
So the 9.2 million the state of Colorado approved is basically.
So that's just the first step.
That is the first step. Those are work plan projects, just like we were talking overhead to underground. A lot of them drop years past, and we get a lot of that underground up there. And it's a mitigation grant that we're going after. They informed us that when we originally applied, it was the 75%, kind of like initially the FEMA money was, and now they're moving that up to 90%.
So just to clarify, this is not the wildfire rebuild, this is additional grant
This is
that would help us
additional
under
money
that?
that
Wow.
For mitigation.
we have been working really hard to try to get a hold of this.
Yeah.
And it's basically, I guess the one thing I would say, and I plan on probably next month putting something together for the board, that a lot of the work plan projects for this year will probably be, some of those will be moved to next year, because unlike the FEMA process now where we can go ahead and do the work kind of and then they pay us afterwards, all of this work has to be approved from FEMA before we even start the process.
Yep.
And so it was approved a few weeks ago. It basically is going to take 6 months to a year for them to approve these projects, which is okay. We'll spend that time. We'll make sure we get all the easements, all of our ducks in a row. We'll get the bid package ready for contractors, and we'll have all these jobs ready to go.
Somebody's not guaranteed, but this.
It's not
looks
guaranteed,
promising.
but it looks very good.
It's authorized.
Yes.
Okay.
And but they still have to go through their process, and that's what takes the time, because they do the process on every project. So let's just say in that $9 million, there's 12 projects.
Yeah,
They might go through the process and say, okay, we're going to give you 10, but we won't give you the other 2.
sure. But that's fantastic.
Yep,
That's,
so a lot of that money that they have was basically from like COVID that they received from
Yeah.
the Marshall Fire, from these fires. And they just have this big pot, and we're actually, to my knowledge, we're gonna be the first co-op, hopefully, that's what they've told me, that is gonna get this money. So
nice.
And it's through FEMA?
it is FEMA's money.
And is it, well, is that 9.2 the total cost, or I know, you talked
So
about percentages
It'll be 90%
of the total cost or the difference between overhead and underground?
That
Total cost.
9.2, that's the total cost of the projects. It'll be 90% of that, hopefully.
Good number, sure.
Yes.
Is that we're dismantling Chuck?
Yes.
Mountain Parks Electric interested in selling any portions of Chuck?
Absolutely.
Make us a deal.
I'm having a heck of a time
We-
finding anybody that wants it.
Yeah.
What
I mean,
is
even the
this?
silo,
Oh, is that the wood fire?
Yes,
boiler?
the wood
Really
burner.
interested in.
that, and if not me, I mean, I'm sure, yeah. I mean, we have 3 silos like that, but
Yep,
it's,
let's talk about that.
okay.
Yeah, because we,
I saw you're paying somebody to take it away, so I was like,
well,
what if somebody paid you for part of it, or?
We have to pay to get rid of the glycol. There's a
and then to
glycol.
dismantle it.
You have to pay to dismantle. I can probably get rid of everything for free, just scrapping it.
Yeah.
So keep that in mind when you,
Okay.
Yeah.
yep.
Oh,
So-
how much glycol's in there?
It's a great big.
Yeah, it's several 55-gallon drums that they will fill.
Oh,
Why are you interested in glycol?
So you have to pay.
Scrap, man.
Yeah, we have to pay to dispose of the glycol.
yeah, maybe, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I know if even one of your linemen, I believe, is building a house with an outdoor wood boiler like I have.
He's a,
And that glycol would probably work very well in there.
there would probably be more than
Yeah, so
if he hasn't already bought.
I have run water in mine, but that would be an easy, I would maybe just take it, but I could.
Okay.
Interesting. I'll talk.
Yeah, because we tried to fix it numerous times, haven't been able to, and so then it was, okay, what's it gonna take us to get rid of it?
Yeah, it's pretty neat looking, it just,
Yeah.
It's actually, that'll be fairly costly to get rid of it.
I'm sure. Okay.
Any other
Mark,
questions?
this is Carl. I have a question.
Go ahead.
Okay,
Adam, on your report, I saw that you said that Mountain Parks accepted 2 bids on 2 trucks and a snowmobile. I know in the past we've had some controversy over how to dispose of equipment. Are we advertising these to the general membership, or is that changed, or what is that process now?
we have not advertised them to the general membership. We have changed the process. Before, we just allowed employees to make a bid. We now set a minimum bid that we will accept. And in the process, and the minimum bid is typically based on blue book value of whatever the device is. And within the last couple of years, we have generally received more than the minimum bids on all the pieces of equipment that we have sold. But we
But
have
it's
not
only
opened it up to
It's
to
only
employees
to,
initially, but
Carl, go ahead.
It's only 2 employees. That's what you're saying, right?
yes, if we don't get any bids, then we open it up to the membership. And we have had some of those where organizations outside of mountain parks or individuals outside of mountain parks have bought stuff, because there are some things that very few, but there are some things that we have not gotten any response from employees.
Okay, thank you.
Adam, I have a question. You referenced the 200 to 300 work order sort of backlog. Could you discuss a little bit about sort of the reasons for that backlog?
So the 200 to 300, we call it job backlog, is mainly due to waiting on customer. So when I say that, like a meter on a house, we won't dig to the house till they install their meter base and get a meter release. So you have a number of these jobs that, they're trying to get first in line, and they pay their contract as soon as they're building their house. Well, it could be a year and a half till they get that meter base on their house and get a meter release, and then get a notification from the state they got the meter release, and okay, we're good to go build that job. So typically, all of those jobs that I'm talking about are waiting on customer for some reason like what I just explained. So part of our strategy moving forward is even, if we have jobs, let's say we have a primary extension, and then maybe we have a meter on a house. Our plan moving forward is to probably break that up into 2 jobs, and probably 2 contracts to members. That way we can go get the large portion of the job done. They can pay for it. We can close it out in a timely manner. And then a year later, when they're ready to do meter on the house and they get their meter release in probably that next construction season, we'll go do that in that construction season and get that job closed out. And we're not going to go back and, change any of these current jobs. We'll let them run their course just like we've been doing it over the years. But any new job starting this year, we'll go with this new process. And I think it really should clean things up, especially on accounting too, just to be able to close these jobs in a timely manner. And ultimately, it will be what's best for the customer. One example would be last year, conduit increased during last construction season 400% during the construction season last year. We've had jobs within 17 days. You run an estimate, and I'll just throw out a number. Let's say your job was $10,000. 17 days later, the job's $11,000, or whatever the case may be. And these are things out of Mountain Parks' controls. These aren't our labor's going up. These are materials are going up that quickly that we got to try to rein it in a little bit on the time that these jobs are getting completed.
Is Western United supplied most of this equipment?
Yes.
And
Yeah.
they're just increasing their prices like that?
Well, no, actually, Greg sent out something this last week, I believe, and it was a list of all of the increases that the manufacturers that they buy from are giving and what they are anticipating. They don't increase their price until the price to them gets increased. But most of the stuff they don't have any control over. Now, if they have something and it's in stock and you get it, then you get it for the price. But if they need to bring in new supply, the costs go up.
Do you feel like they're negotiating as hard as they can?
They seem to be, but they go without our, but they've taken a beating on stuff that came in, they promised, and they all of a sudden, so that's eating into Western United too. It's probably the most stressful thing for those guys is going, it comes in and or if they can get it at all, the price has gone up.
And they have the same problems that we do. So we give the member a price, and if the member doesn't do it for a period of time, then the price has changed. And Western United, on some of their materials, the manufacturer won't even give them a price when they order it. They give them a price when they ship it.
Because a lot of the problem is some of this stuff, I'm going to use 15, 25 kVA transformers. There's such in supply and demand right now that when we order them, they're about a year out. So we have to order a number of them. So exactly what Mark just said, the price they're selling them for today, when you receive it, just like what we're trying to do with our members, is try to tighten that up. The price is probably different a year from now. And
But it is different a year from now.
Especially United is trying
We're
it.
being conservative.
2 and 3 suppliers, where we used to just have one supplier. They're the current thing.
Okay, so
And get more competitive with Western United, but it's causing a lot of heartburn with those guys.
Justin, really good luck with them. There are a number of other brands you can use. Their lead times are just as bad as Glencoe's. Did I kind of answer it, Liz, or do we need, I can go into more about it, but it really does kind of fit into what I explained, the majority of those jobs.
That's super helpful. Thank you very much, Adam.
Any other questions for Adam? Okay, Emily.
So to start out, you all should have received an email in the last couple of weeks. Fran and Carl, I think you guys actually received yours in the mail. It's a letter from our accounting firm, the board disclosure questionnaire for the 990. Have you all, anyone? Okay. I do have paper copies. If any of you, I heard last year that maybe the PDF was a little tricky to deal with. So if you need paper copies, I have them here and I'm happy to give those to you guys and you can just return them via mail or however. Carl, like I mentioned, you should be getting one in the mail. Bethany told me that she did mail it out. So please reach out if you don't see it in the next week. So as you all have seen, there's no December financials for Mountain Parks. We're still focusing on reviewing December and the rest of 2022. There may be there's some potential reclassifications that I'd like to do. And since they'll potentially impact the net margins, we didn't at this time since they will likely be changing. And then, they could potentially change even more after the audit, as you all, I'm sure, are aware. Now that I have my feet under me a little bit better, I'll start to include a write-up summary in the board report. I'm going to pretty much follow Stacy's lead, how she reported to you guys. So if you have any requests or changes that you'd like to see there in what is reported or how I report to you, I'm open for any suggestions. I'd like to make sure that the information I'm giving to you is what you need and want. So despite the December financials not being completely finished at this point, we're still on track to have all the adjustments made and any review that's still remaining to be done by the end of next week. So we'll be ready to start preparing for the audit. Ryan is moving. We have other annual reports like the statement of property. And I just received the US Census, so that's pretty lengthy, but it doesn't look very difficult. There's a lot of financial information I do ask, but hopefully that won't be too difficult to complete. I wasn't expecting that one, so.
I think that's like every 5 years.
Yeah, and I think it's due March 15th, I want to say, but.
So you have 5 years to get it done.
The audit, I don't know if we've updated you on the dates for the audit, but that is March 7th through the 9th, so it will be taking place during the next board meeting. So I probably won't be able, I may be able to partake for some of the board meeting, but I will be working with the auditors on the 9th since that will be their wrap day. Other than that, the last month, we've been focusing a lot on improving some processes, working on improving some reporting capabilities and tracking with the budget to actual reporting. So by adding more detailed levels of reporting, hopefully we'll get more engagement with the people who are responsible for their departmental budgets. And it'll make it easier for them to track their individual spend all throughout the year, as well as for me to be able to identify any significant variances that we need to annotate or, look into and see where we may need to borrow money from other budget buckets or what have you. I'm planning on rolling out, I've already met with everyone, but there'll be some more detailed training that I'll do with all of the managers and anyone else who partakes in the budgeting, so that they know where to find reports that will help them and other ways to get around within the system. So I'm excited for that. I know you guys are really thrilled too. Also, sort of relating to that, it will improve financial reporting accuracy. We're making improvements to the month-end close review processes, just making sure that we are touching on every single balance sheet account, making sure we have work papers that are tying out, and understanding those balances, why we have them. It helps capture errors much quicker if we're doing that in a timely manner. Hopefully, we'll be shortening up our month-end close process a bit. I don't think that will impact anything regarding the board, but that's just a goal that I have. I've been reviewing GLs, adding accounts where necessary, maybe changing how they roll up to the Form 7 to better follow the RUS guidelines there. Even though we're not RUS borrowers, we still report on Form 7. So I'm working with operations to improve work order reconciliation standards, as Adam already went through. We are also working on implementing an internal credit card policy, just setting some more specific parameters, how our card holders use those cards and what is allowed and what's not. I think most people all operate similarly. They're kind of using common sense, but we don't have an actual written policy that I could find anyway. So we'll be implementing that and probably having some sort of cardholder agreement that goes along with the policy that everyone signs to say we agree that we will abide by these requirements. I'm also working on improving the authorization flows for credit card charges. So how those charges are authorized within our system, we need to implement. Let's see what else. Charles Schwab, you want to take that?
We have the paperwork, so we will be, and when I'm in Denver on Monday, I have an appointment in the afternoon to set up the account. So our current return on the money that we have is a low of 0 and a high of about 1 to 1.5%. The current rates that we can get at Schwab are 4.5%. So we'll see a significant increase in the interest income that we receive this year. And we will, because we want to make sure that we have adequate cash balances, we're going to start by a relatively small amount of money that we put in there. And we will stagger the CDs that we invest in and do a 30-day rate, because the difference between the 30-day and 6-month rate is about 35 basis points. So it doesn't make a big difference. And we're going to stagger them to where that every 15 days we have access to money so that we can bring it back in if we need to access that cash.
Are you looking at general funds or, also the educational fund potentially?
We have not looked at the education fund, but we certainly can put those funds in there as well, because I know that a lot of that money sits there. Then we, of course, have that one chunk of it that's in the CD that matures in 40 years. But we could do that, and because that money currently is at, I believe, Citywide. And so it gets the same lackluster return that we're currently getting. And I will say for Citywide, they pay the best return to us. They're the 1.5%, but we can still do better than that. So we can look at that as well. And, if we, with that money, I think that we can build a ladder on the CDs to where we take advantage of the longer terms to where that you, with the homeowners association that I'm on the board of, we've done that to where that we have 6 months worth of CDs, but one matures every month, and then we just roll them until we get into the summer when we have to replace roofs and stuff like that. So I think we can set up something similar for the education fund so that there's always money available, but that it will return a much higher rate than it currently is.
You had mentioned that if there's financial reports that we'd like to see, every month we get revenue by customer class. It'd be nice to be able to see our costs by customer class, inclusive of demand charges. Since we can track that now. And really important as y'all discuss rate design in the future.
Sure that. I have to look at that. So power, see what kind of reports we can do. Okay.
I've got a question on the sale of the Winter Park property, which I think closed in December.
December 29th.
And it's earmarked for employee housing. Are we going to see a new line item somewhere that we can kind of track that separately, or where did that closing money actually go?
It's currently sitting in just the general cash. We recorded it and we recorded the gain associated with the sale of the property. That may be some of the money that we move over to Schwab as well until we are able to address the housing situation, what the board actually wants to do. I mean, we have some ideas, but they will take time to get them done. Right now, it's just sitting in the general cash account. We know exactly how much it is, but because of the requirements, I was going to say requirements of our lender, we cannot use that money except to build another asset or purchase another asset. And so we have to track that, but it's not necessarily in a separate account. I mean, we could put a new line item on the financials, but I don't think that it's necessary because we know how much it is.
Yeah.
Unless if the board would like to see a separate line item for that, we can do that.
I'd just be concerned that we want to be able to, 3 or 4 years from now.
Well, our intent is it's not going to last 3 or 4 years, that we will identify something that we can utilize that money for in 23.
I'm with Craig, I'll make sure we keep track. Just in my short tenure, it seems like money gets lost after a while. Personnel changes and stuff, and all of a sudden you go, I don't know the questions come up with Justin, where the hell did that money go?
But
It's never lost.
It's somewhere.
Yeah. So however you all feel it's best to, just monitor that.
Other questions for Emily?
Every month it could just be listed in the finance report. We'll always review them.
Well,
Not on balance sheet.
if we are able to do some of the things that we would like to do with it, it could potentially be done, invested before the end of the construction season.
Right.
Make Charlie grow it. Appreciate that.
Okay, Joe.
So you have my written report. If there's questions, I'll answer those. And after that, I'll touch on the last bullet I wrote in my board report about artificial intelligence. So if there's no questions, I guess it's a little out of the realm of an electric co-op, but many of you may have seen in the news recently a lot of hype around artificial intelligence. A company named OpenAI released what they call a chat bot called ChatGPT in November of 22. In 2 months, it has more than 100 million signed up subscribers, and that far surpasses any other service out there, whether it be Facebook, Twitch, Twitter, you name it. I mean, most of them take many years to get that many subscribers. It's really sort of taking artificial intelligence to a new level. If you haven't, I suggest you log on, you can get a free account, ask it some interesting questions. ChatGPT passed the medical board exam. It passed the bar exam, and it got a B+ at Wharton Business School in the MPE program, all within the first 2 months of its being introduced. Getting a lot of attention. And the responses you get from this program are flat out amazing. I mean, I asked it to write,
Your board report?
well, it's not that, but it will. And I challenge
We know
everybody.
how to put it into the programs that screen for AI.
They can't catch it.
No, the high school right now is having trouble because everyone's doing it for their essays.
It's amazing. So the guy at Wharton said he ran it through 2 different programs.
I've used it, it's amazing.
It's not just pulling Britannica or wherever or Google, it's original work, it's not copyright, it's amazing how well. But yeah, I'll let you know when it's generated by AI. But I had it write a document describing how to build a submarine as if it was written by a 9-year-old. And what you get is truly an amazing step-by-step, build a pressure vessel, build the engine, decide on your propulsion system. It's truly, truly out there. So I know it's a little outside of the realm of what we normally talk about here, but I absolutely see, and we've been toying with it because OpenAI also has other modules that aren't as publicly known about or available as that. They're not getting the hype in the press. But I started running some small anonymized data sets, like metering information, just raw data, no customer information at all, but purely like usage. And I'm getting close to actually having it predict what our usage will be given like a temperature input. So if I say the outside temperature is 20 degrees, what is our system going to use? Now, the difficulty comes in where we don't have a temperature consistent through our service territory. But we're getting close. And it's truly, the way it synthesizes that quantity of data is kind of mind-blowing.
So Joe, have you added the day of the week to that too?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
very cool.
I give it a calendar day, a calendar date, and obviously can extrapolate the day of the week.
Right, so it can really help in predicting our loads.
That's cool, you thought of that.
Could it also help us weather normalize our data for previous years?
So, yes, but when you weather normalize, you mean just say this data was this high because of a weather event?
Yeah, so basically what I mean is when we look at our revenue and our electricity consumption over the past several years, it goes up and down. But then if you put that next to a temperature of the annual heating degree days or heating cooling degree days, that also goes up and down in pretty much the exact same way.
Correct.
So that could help us better plan for in the future.
That's the intent.
Is this a private company that you subscribe to or?
No, OpenAI is a publicly traded company, and actually the exact makeup of them is a little unknown. I know Microsoft has contributed over $1 billion to this technology. Google is doing theirs in-house, and I've read several reports where Google is actually feeling pretty blindsided and is actually pretty worried. They get nearly 80% of all searches, actually over 80% of all searches on the internet are currently done through the Google search engine. More than 65% of their revenue is due to ad revenue based on those searches. So it's like code red inside Google. I've read lots and lots of reports, but yeah, it's OpenAI is, some people surmise that they are essentially owned by Microsoft, but it's not. I mean, they don't claim that. Microsoft is just a huge investor. But yeah, go to ChatGPT or Google ChatGPT, and ironically, and it'll take you right to the website. You can sign up for a free account, Sometimes I will warn you, sometimes their site says right there that due to overwhelming usage, they're too busy to take in users right now. I just encourage you to wait a little while and try back again. You'll get an account and you'll be able to start these chats. And like I said, ask it any crazy question you can come up with. Now, the knowledge of current events is actually very limited, and that is by design. They're trying to get or prevent people from manipulating the stock market by getting this information by saying, you know, what stock should I buy or whatever, and then flooding the market with billions of dollars. So they do limit it, and as well as certain political events and things like that. They're trying to prevent election tampering, election fraud, things like that. But it's truly mind-blowing.
Surely none of the people behind ChatGPT are using it to make money in the stock market.
Actually, everybody, Curtis. I mean,
Oh, I guess I misunderstood what you said. I thought you said they had it set up so you couldn't.
well, but they're still generating businesses. Like people are saying, you know, generate a video from me.
You know, I meant in investing in stock.
Liz,
I'm
that's
sure
the
none of
problem
them-
behind the scenes there.
sure none of them.
Yes, Liz.
I have two questions. Joe, you encourage people to go and get an account on Chat. Should we be doing that with our iPads, or would you prefer we do it on our private computers?
There's no harm. I mean, you can use your iPad to do it. It's just a website like any other website.
Got that.
My second question is you sort of mentioned about patterns and using it for cybersecurity, so it can examine sort of our usage, but it's not something that can insert code while it's examining.
Not in its current form. It will generate code. Like if I said, generate me a website using JavaScript and has this functionality, it will actually spit code out for you to do that. And a lot of times it's actually cut and paste, where you can take it right out of there, paste it in, and it actually will run. There is a documented case where someone used it to, I don't know if anybody in the room is familiar with cryptocurrency and specifically Ethereum. Well, Ethereum is a smart contract platform. Someone used ChatGPT to find a flaw in a smart contract platform and actually was able to drain someone else's Ethereum wallet by finding the flaw in it. They have further restricted some of that functionality to protect folks, but like I said, we are in our infancy, so there's a big learning curve here, and that's no pun intended. It is artificial intelligence, but play with it. I encourage you all, because what we are getting now is miles ahead of what we were just getting a year ago.
How far are we between now and the Terminator movie?
Well, they don't have bodies yet. But the answers that you'll get are truly amazing.
It's cool you thought of that for, I
Oh,
mean,
yeah.
just, I would have never thought
Well,
of
and
putting.
cybersecurity is a big area too, where cyber criminals work very hard at covering their tracks. I mean, they don't want you to know, and we've all heard the cases where they've been lurking around in the network for months and months and months. And the pattern-based recognition is based on program responses. If you see this, that means this is actually learning what new patterns there could be and trying to synthesize what bad actions, what malicious actions could happen from it. Yeah, it's.
But eventually, the bad actors are also going to get AI.
They do.
Right? So
They do, but
and all these things you say,
well,
right? Yeah.
So, anyway, that's what I was on.
Any other questions for Joe?
Thanks, Joe.
Right, mine's not near as interesting.
Was worried about getting
I just heard about it from my daughter at the high school the other day. And the problems they're having with essays.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
Okay, so just an update from when I did the board report on the positions. Jessica is here. She did start on the 6th for the GIS position.
the meter tech, he was scheduled to be here this Monday of this week, and his mother passed away, so had to reschedule things. He's been in contact this morning with Tiffany and is looking at next week or the following week to come out for his interview. IT tech, that person is past all of his pre-employment stuff. His name is Tanner. I can't remember what his last name is. He's coming to us.
Tanner's good.
He's coming to us from the hospital. And he'll be starting on Monday. Fleet mechanic has also passed all of his stuff. He will also be starting on Monday. His name is Kobe, and he is from Kremlin, so he's a local as well. Systems admin position, we are reviewing that. We're starting to get a couple applications, but we're reviewing that position. The staff engineer, Adam has a phone conference with the recruiter tomorrow to just go over the progress. And I know we've sent him a couple of applications and resumes. I don't know what he's received outside of us. I'm sure Adam will learn that.
Are all these on site? You were talking about remote or
GIS.
the IT and GIS or all?
The GIS is a hybrid. The meter tech, IT tech, fleet mechanic are all on site.
And the GIS person, that's gonna be on site.
It's a hybrid site, and then they'll work remote part of the time.
The staff engineer do that way too?
Probably not based on what we need them to do.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, we can always look at something, but
Right.
if they were working remotely, they'd have to be fairly close remote.
Yeah.
They couldn't be in Virginia and do it.
Hybrid maybe.
Yeah.
The Employers Council, I am meeting with them this afternoon at 2:00 for a phone call regarding the wage analysis and all of that stuff. So that process is starting. Sometimes it takes a couple months to get that done and through the process and get any information, but we'll be starting that this afternoon. The policies, handbooks, and guides, that's basically cleanup. That's some changes. It's clarifying some of the language that's in there. It's making the language consistent between the documents. Adam Paulson, Adam White, and myself are currently working on an equipment and facilities use policy. And then Tiffany has been working really hard on the onboarding process. We've streamlined that just a little bit with the different departments that we work for. But that starts from the time that the people apply, clear up to when they actually walk in the door. So she's done a good job getting that streamlined. So I think that is all I have.
Questions for Angie?
Angie, you may not think your report is exciting as Joe's, but based on the number of new employees, I'd say it's darn exciting.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Now, if you could just hire an AI, yeah, that would be great.
It would be going like this.
Staff engineer, there you go.
Probably can, actually. I mean, yeah, they actually, like you said, are testing with a lot of different specialties, and the answers are, like you said, not perfect.
I'm using it as a new assistant. It's great.
You have been using it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, like its ability to, one, it understands foreign languages.
Yeah.
So if I have to do research on like international policy, I'll just ask ChatGPT and it'll summarize.
Or editing, I've heard is like spot on. It'll go.
Or what is?
Editing.
Oh, I haven't tried
It's,
that.
yeah, they said that's, I guess, where it's probably most useful for legally using it without it doesn't plagiarize it, it does original work.
And they don't want to copyright anything at output. You just-
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, find some common stuff and trick that bastard.
Okay, Rob, you're up.
Scary. Okay, I will attempt to keep the excitement going in my report. But hey, very interested in the discussion earlier with Todd about energy audits. That was my first job here at Mountain Parks. Very passionate about it. It was hard for me to pass that off to Chris because I enjoyed it so much, helping our members understand their electric use and really educating them on the opportunities they have to become more efficient and save money and use our product wisely. I did check into one thing that really stood out to me that Todd was talking about, and I heard the board trying to match up the services we provide with what Todd was talking about. Todd said very specifically it has to be a BPI certified auditor. We don't currently have that on staff. It's about an $1,800 training course over a week. You take a test. If it's similar to the one I took, and I think it is, which was HERS ResNet, about 30% of the test takers don't pass the test. So it's pretty intense. You have the schoolwork, you've got homework at night, you've got some instructors that watch you and train you for running the duct blaster and the blower fan and those kinds of things. There is an annual fee associated with that as well. So we could go down that road, but it sounds like it's a limited number of people that we would be working with to help them get these state funds. And if we have a member in Grand Lake thinking of doing that as a business thing, that's another consideration. I don't know that we want to historically compete with our members that are earning a living at it. So, but we found our niche, I would say, with our energy audit program. And 90+% of the people that call us, it's a higher than expected usage situation, and we help them pinpoint what's happening, and we have pretty high satisfaction with that. So always interested to help our members, but I just thought I would add some additional information. So does anyone have any questions about our energy auditing program, how it works, what we do, those kinds of things, how it might or might not? Yes.
Do you think that there could be a logic to offering something like this through Mountain Park Services, either for a fee or for free? And the reason I bring that up is because with increasing stringency of building codes, needing like blower door tests to establish air change rates is really a need up here in our service territories, and there aren't really a lot of qualified people doing it. So I could see a potential to offer that as a service for our, local industries too,
Sure.
for a fee to cover costs. Right. And then, that maybe that could help cover the cost for members in need. So I don't know, just putting it out there.
Could we do that? Yes. How would we speculate how much it would be used in our price point and the time and resources it would require of us to do? I would be guessing at that.
Yeah. Energy Smart, we actually, Todd didn't mention this because maybe he didn't know. When we were working on the DOE grant, they were one of the potential partners with us on that. And they did come and do a couple of the audits, which we financed. Didn't finance, we paid. And at that time, it was $300. But they have the ability to do that. And if Todd is able to identify somebody and train them, I think that what we could potentially do is have that information available to our membership.
Yeah.
That, if you are looking for this, go see this person or, contact Energy Smart or Smart Energy, which at one point, I think they were over in the Frisco, they have an office over there. And so they were able to do some of the stuff, so.
Maybe I'll talk to Todd about trying to get some people trained up that we can refer people to.
Do we have a way of earmarking any of the money that goes to Mountain Family Center so that, a little bit of it that goes specifically towards that maybe so that it puts it on Mountain Family Center to also help promote that program?
We can earmark the money that goes to them for pretty much anything.
Okay.
And Helen and I typically have lunch once a month and talk about the stuff. She gives reports to me. And so if we want to tweak anything, I think pretty easy to do with them. The other thing is that, Rob, did you say it's $1,800?
Yes, for the BPI.
I mean, that's something that we could do to potentially assist. We've talked about trade schools, and if we wanted to, provide some assistance to somebody who was interested, but didn't necessarily have the financial wherewithal to do it, because $1,800 is one thing, spending a week somewhere to do the class is different. And if we could do that, then we could potentially develop a bench here within our service territory.
I did know a counterpart that worked over at Poudre Valley that did those audits before he came on staff at Poudre Valley and did the walkthrough audits. He did the BPI audits as a business over in that area in Fort Collins. And I asked him, what percent of the audits when you were doing that were brand new homes versus existing homes? And he said it was not, at that time, at least in his area, it was like 90+% brand new homes to probably do what you're talking about, to certify air exchanges and other things. And most of the calls we get here, requests from our members for energy audits are not brand new homes. For a while, WAPA Western allowed us to use their very expensive infrared camera, and we did do free infrared inspections of homes. And then some of the people with new homes were trying to use our reports to go after their builders because they didn't build their homes tight enough. So we had to change kind of what we were doing at the time. So we still have a handheld infrared gun, and we'll put it in our members' hands when we do a walkthrough audit and allow them to, walk around with them and pinpoint areas that are colder, basically, where heat loss situations. But we are not doing those kinds of reports anymore. So.
Well, I just want to reiterate, what Todd's requesting, that we don't overlap with things that Mountain Parks is doing well.
No.
And we had a blower door test in 2011 on our 1982 house, and then another one after we did an addition. And the guy's name was local, and he moved to Golden. Dave Klingman.
Oh, yeah, that's the guy I was thinking.
Is that right?
Yep.
Yeah, and he was wonderful, but he moved to Golden because he was a valuable commodity, and Golden wanted him more than us. And I don't think it was a real full-time gig up here.
Yeah.
There are places you can rent blower door tests here, like the place in Tabernash rents them out, Indian Peaks rental, but like you have to know how to do it.
Yeah,
So.
with the computer, yeah. But Dave was wonderful, but it wasn't a full-time thing for him.
Right.
But
Only for a kid to go into.
the things we do well, we don't want to reinvent.
Maybe when I'm off the board, I'll get it to test them.
Anyway, okay. The other thing.
I've trained the highlight already.
Yeah, I actually have training in it already. Just not certified.
Oh, sorry.
Just a quick question to Justin's point about Mountain Family sort of taking on some of this to perhaps promote it. My understanding of the weatherization program is they have way more people who would like to do it.
You're freezing, Liz.
Okay, let me turn it off.
We heard my understanding.
Okay, my understanding of sort of the need to market these programs, CARE might add enough so that we would really have to market their program, but the weatherization program, the need is much greater than the units that weatherization is able to do. So they don't really go out and promote the program because they already have too many people who would like to have their homes weatherized. So I think that CARE would be an easy, I think you'd find 12 people on that. And we can talk more about this under emergency business if you all desire. But thanks, Rob, for clarifying the, sort of the differences. And Kristen is right. There is a camera, or there was a camera and a blower door and a duct blaster at Indian Peaks. The idea was that building construction folks could train up their employees to rent that. That came from a grant that I actually wrote and was funded in, I don't know, the early 2010, 11, something like that. I'm not sure how good that what sort of shape that equipment is in at this point.
Good to know.
Yeah, the other local provider, at least at one time, was the roofing company. They had a certified energy auditor over there, hers ResNet again, very similar to BPI. I don't know if they're still doing that. As part of their service they offered when they went into someone's home, and looked at their insulation. So, okay, the other thing I wanted to highlight from my report is next month I will have before you as an action item your approval for our election supervisory committee. I have 3 already have confirmed. I have 2 alternates and I'm working on a 3rd alternate. Many of them have experience being on the committee before, but that will be an action item before you next month. I just wanted to alert you to that. So any questions about that? Okay. And I will field any other questions you might have about my report.
East Grand applied for the charging station grant.
We gave them the information. We haven't heard if they actually applied for it. So we provided them the information. We led the horse to water.
There also may be an opportunity for another grant that would help some of the costs for us that came up in the CREA workshop. So we'll talk about that later too.
45%.
Okay, bills for payment. Any questions on the bills for payment? How about credit cards? Okay, Liz, we are to open board forum.
Okay, do people need a break or are we going to make it through open board forum before we break?
Lunch is supposed to be here at 11:30, so we have about 30 minutes.
Okay, let's go through open forum and associated board reports. Craig, do you have anything from your CREA?
Well, let's see, I attended my first CREA new directors orientation. And the next morning I attended the CREA January board meeting. And I also, without my knowledge, got appointed to a committee. So I'm a member of the Loss Control and Safety Committee, which I think Jeff was on, being an electrician. So we had a committee meeting, and about the only item that they really talked about, and it's not a requirement, but Jenna Hirsch, who's the staff member that runs that committee, she mentioned that CRA would like, and I think it's voluntary, it kind of speaks to Adam's activities, but they would like to keep track of when a co-op sends assistance to another co-op. And I don't know, it's not a requirement. She's new to that job. And so I think she's going to kind of revamp things. And I got the feeling that they were looking more at, like, if Mountain Parks sent a crew to Florida, some hurricane, a major effort, versus us sending, the crew to Yampa Valley a few weeks ago, on
I think they actually track both.
Yeah. So they would like to track all of those, but and I think it relates to more reimbursements and, FEMA funding and that sort of thing. So I'll just pass that on. You'll probably hear more directly. And I think they're just trying to keep a little, as an administrative arm, they're trying to keep track of where everybody's going.
Congratulations, committee.
Yes, thank you. But at the board meeting, at the board meeting, we spent a lot of time on the legislative activities now that the legislature is in session. And the only note I got was the board was really pushing back on anything legislatively that went above the 80% renewable threshold, because they were kind of concerned that can that really be reached, at a certain date. So they were, some of the co-ops and utilities have these 100% goals by so-and-so, and the dates are all different. But the board seemed like they were kind of pushing back on really getting behind anything legislatively that went beyond that 80%.
Are there legislative proposals above and beyond 80%?
There,
That would impact co-ops at this point?
I'd have to look back at my notes.
I'm not aware.
Yeah, I don't think there were, but I think they kind of they were looking at a chart with all different states
Yeah.
and different utilities, and, you know, they had a map of the US with all this different target dates
I
and,
know Minnesota just passed 100%.
right. And I think they were kind of scared of anything out there above and beyond 80% at this point. Other than that, I have no further report.
Great, thank you. Carl, do you have a tri-state report?
Yes, I do. We had a strategic planning meeting, which took up most of the time, but we had a short board meeting. I sent the summary to Mark, and I think the rest of you must have got it in the email. But basically, Dwayne did a review of 2022, the Project Ascend, which is internally trying to lessen costs. There's projected to be a $55 million reduction in savings, but none of it's been seen yet. There was an increase of $100 million for fuel and supplies. They set a new all-time peak of 3,071 megawatts. There was a question as to whether Mountain Parks is going to abandon the partial requirements request, and Mark answered that earlier. One thing that we did in strategic planning is have a gentleman from SPP give us a presentation, and one of his points was that the independent power providers are going to have to prove resource adequacy before they can join SPP. Dwayne said the cash flow is strong, no bankruptcy at this point. They're going to borrow $150 million to boost cash on hand. They're still working on the BLM and Forest Service for the blanket wildfire permits. RTO commitment date has been moved to 2024. They've delayed it. In strategic
what?
planning.
Carl,
Pardon?
Chris had a question.
What was delayed till 20? Sorry, you were breaking up a bit. What was delayed till 2024?
The
Okay.
commitment to join RTO.
Okay.
The gentleman from SPP did a presentation on resource adequacy. There's a growing concern at SPP about that. There are 7 DC crossings. About 1,400 megawatts are able to cross at this time, and they would like to increase that, but it's tough. The challenges for SPP are the renewables, thermal retirements, growth in load, and weather events. He also mentioned that 24,000 megawatts of wind equals 3,000 megawatts of reliability. And they are doing a study and hopefully trying to figure out how to better understanding how variable generation sources perform. There's the remuneration. Requirements of having spending reserves to like 12%. They want to increase that back up to around 15. There's a lack of transmission. Nobody's building it. And adequacy is the number one risk for all electric providers. And the rest of it was nothing exciting, but one other thing is that internally we had a presentation on keeping the lights on. We have around 600 megawatts of hydro now. The requirements of the greenhouse gas emissions, Tri-State is on track right now to be at 26% reduction in 2025, 36% in 2026, 46% in 27, and 80% by 2030. Springerville and LRS will retire in 2040 and 2043. And the comment was made by staff that they need the whole system in an RTO with the intermittent resources. There's a new resource going next to us here pretty quickly, a 200 megawatt wind project in Laramie, Wyoming. I don't know if you travel that way very often, but if you know where Pumpkin Vine Road is, it's going to be right there. The outfit is out of Houston. They said they have a 500 megawatt
Getting all this, Chris.
capability there.
Jackson?
Carl, you were breaking up. Carl,
Me about your play golf in Houston.
you were breaking up. Can you start over with where this 200 megawatt wind project is?
In Laramie, Wyoming.
Yep.
If you're familiar with the road from Laramie to Fort Collins, it's on top of what they call Beacon Hill or Pumpkin Vine Road. It'll be east of that. The company that's doing that is out of Houston, Texas. They're going to supply the power at, I think, $22.08. And don't quote me on that. That's what my memory says. They have a 500. Can you still hear me or not?
Yes. Yeah. Carl, is that wind project, is that a tri-state wind project?
It'll be a PPA to Tri-State. But there's a huge amount of objection in Laramie. Their Tri-State is pretty confident that they have all the permits and whatnot, but there's a huge opposition to it because of the visual. You'll be able to see it from Laramie, and property values, they are saying, will decrease. But they will connect to the Hayden and Alt line that Tri-State owns a part of, and that's the attraction for that there. When Craig goes down, then they'll have some power to put back into that line. I'm not sure which way the power will flow, whether it'll flow east or west. Initially, I'm guessing that it'll flow east, but the opportunity there is to flow both ways. So that's about all I have that I can report.
Great.
Oh, one more thing. You broke up when you said what is retiring in 2043?
LRS.
Oh, Springerville and LRS, Laramie River Station.
Thank you.
Carl, you mentioned that Tri-State set their all-time peak. Was that during the summer or the winter?
Summer.
Great.
And I can't give you the date. I didn't write down the exact date, but
Was it
They
after?
having a conversation without us?
Was it after dark or during the afternoon?
I can't answer that.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Carl? Are you guys still there?
Yeah.
Here.
Okay. Mark, you've covered Western United. Do you want anything else you'd like to talk about Western United?
No big issues, just annual meeting on the 23rd.
Okay. Kristen, did you, I can't remember, I think you may not have attended that USDA listening session. Is there anything you want to, board open forum?
Yeah, I was unfortunately unable to attend that to do a medical appointment, but I do have a question for Mountain Parks staff, perhaps. The Energy Code Board for Colorado is debating what should be the requirements for EV chargers for new multifamily developments. And there's currently a debate around whether there should be a certain percentage of occupied units that have access to an EV charger, or if that should be by the dedicated number of parking areas. And then there's also a lot of conversation around whether those should be level 2 chargers or if what level 1 would suffice. So I'm curious if Mountain Parks has any perspective. The code board recently changed electric utility representation, so I haven't heard a lot from the rep. But knowing how that could impact demand charges, I thought I would put a question out there if anyone has an opinion.
I would say based on the number of parking spaces. I mean, if you look at businesses and how they do it, they will take, I mean, whether it's EV charger or a handicap spot, you know, it's based on the number of spots that you have. And so I think that is probably better. And I don't think level 1 is probably sufficient. I would say level 2.
Does it matter for what level you install for insurance or safety, whether it's enclosed parking or outdoor parking?
I don't think so, because like at the Foundry, theirs are outside. The level 3 in Fraser, they're outside. They're in Winter Park. They have some inside the garage. And I think that it's the type of unit that you install and where it's going to be. That determines, you know, what type of unit you will install. And so if it's going to be outside, it needs to be something that can handle the weather. And something in a garage is not going to be quite as robust.
Okay. So they've already kind of solved that, what's installed, whether it's indoors or outdoors?
No, they have not. But I think the requirement will provide flexibility on that ultimately. It's just making sure there is capacity for people who live in multifamily units to have access to EV charging. And the current debate is really on whether it should be 20 or 40% of the parking spaces or some combination thereof. One issue is that there's wide variety throughout Colorado on how many parking spaces are required for occupied units. So it may wind up being some kind of a compromise. We'll see.
Kristen, there's a EV class that NRECA, well, it's during the CREA meeting, and I just looked through their booklet. It's an interesting question, the level 1 versus the level 2, because from our perspective, I would say from Mountain Parks perspective, and my personal perspective, we lived with level 1 charging for 10 years now, and it meant 85% of our charging needs. But it has to do with how many miles you drive that car and and what your schedule is like.
Yeah.
So, you know, in the level 2 stuff, we have to be more careful on how it gets managed and it doesn't hit our peaks, or we have to price it differently. And the infrastructure cost is going to be slightly higher than, for a developer, everything's going to be a little more. It's just a little more. So those would be my takeaways. The other suggestion I would have is, in that NRECA manual, you may already be aware of it, there are websites that are tracking the growth of registrations of electric vehicles states. So you can pull that up real time and see how things are growing. I know Colorado has a goal of, I think, 30% by 2030, maybe. So,
Yeah.
which seems like it's happening kind of slowly right now, but I think if you think about 30% of all the cars we see in Grand County needing to plug in 2030, or multifamily, 30% of those parking spots, it's a challenge.
All right, thank you.
Is that anyone else? I'll do my little report. Clean Power Committee didn't have a meeting in February. If you take a look at the financials of 2022, they had a very busy year. They issued a lot of rebates, I think 40. They've reduced the rebate to $500 going forward in 2023. The total member contributions in 2022 are up to nearly $44,000 a year. It's about a 30% increase over the last 4 years in contributions. So the program is growing. I've spent some time digging into the driver ed issue. I've had conversations with Megan Ledeen and Patrick Brower, learning sort of what some of the impediments are. I would say to all of you, just as Todd has identified someone in Grand Lake who might be willing to do the BPI job. If you all know or can get the word out to folks who might be possible driver's ed instructors, just start planting those seeds. We need a driver's ed instructor. That'd be helpful. I'll be continuing to work on that with Megan and Patrick and reaching out to schools. Cray attended the morning session of CREA. I attended the workshop in the afternoon. There were pretty interesting presentations from NRECA, one on the funding opportunities through the bipartisan infrastructure bill. The second presentation was on funding opportunities through the Inflation Reduction Act. With the bipartisan infrastructure bill, the US 40 is a corridor designated for EV charging funding. That minimum requirement is a 600 kW total with 450 kW ports. They're looking to put one of those charging stations every 50 miles along US 40. So likely 2 in our service territory. We should be thinking whether or not what Mountain Park's role is, if any, on sort of collaborating on where they ought to go or leading an effort, or whether we leave it up to others. I know that we've certainly had this discussion with one of our large members. Whether or not, where they go is, who knows. There was a very robust discussion about net metering. Sangre de Cristo presented their perspective on it, and Holy Cross had a very different perspective. Mike Kruger from COSA presented, and then some folks from Oregon and Washington. On the rate design committee, we heard from Carl I was pretty certain on what the rate design committee schedule would be and what the process would be, and Carl was not so sure. Carl was definitely right on that. Shortly after our meeting last time, there was another meeting scheduled for the rate design committee. So that was added in prior to the meeting that's happening today. That meeting on February 3rd discussed clauses in the rate settlement agreement that required the committee to consider direct assignment of costs. The meeting covered direct assignment of third-party transmission costs, direct assignment of transmission costs, direct assignment of state regulatory costs. And then at the last minute, a proposal from Jeff Wadsworth from PBREA on an alternative to the rate design that the committee had approved by a majority. I would not say there was a consensus on it, but it was the direction they were going in. This is an alternative to that. There's a meeting going on today. They'll be discussing that formula rate light a lot today. I would say there's much less certainty regarding what will be presented to the tri-state directors than there was when I reported our last meeting. There may be another meeting scheduled for February, which will make 3 this month for the rate design committee. And they really hope to have something to the tri-state board beginning of March. Both La Plata and United have indicated they may give a minority report to the TS directors if the rate that we discussed in January continues to be the rate that's recommended. PBREA is trying to coalesce the group around their proposal, and they've also indicated they won't support the design that's currently suggested. I would say they're getting some traction. Of note for us, their proposal is more like a fuel adjustment clause. The true-up would occur on a monthly basis. And as I understand it, the tri-state current proposal would be an annual basis. The true-ups, it's still not clear to me the details are, I need to talk to Mark more about it, but the details are a little hazy on how it gets trued up. Also of note from the minutes from the January meeting, which in the meeting, it seemed like Tri-State tried to clarify that the rate would not go into effect until 2024, but this is what the meeting notes say, or meeting minutes. The filing will take place in June 2023 with an effect January 2024. We will have to ask for an earlier effective date, but it will actually go into effect in January 2024. So to me, there's some wiggle room in those minutes. So just so we're aware, and I know we're trying to be clear with our members about what's going to happen. It's not completely clear to me what's going to happen. So that's my report. Anyone have questions?
Not a question, but that was the subject of my February article in the CCL, was that we had said no rate increase, but things are changing, and there's the possibility that there would be one in 23. And from the managers meeting, there was a suggestion that, it is January 1 of 2024, unless it isn't.
So anyway.
Hey, Liz, I have a question. It's Rob. So the rate that the group majority voted in favor of versus the Wadsworth proposal, do you have any idea at all what an estimate for a wholesale rate increase would be in percentage for the two different considerations right now?
Oh, no, the Wadsworth one hasn't been, New Gen hasn't done the analysis like they ran an analysis for mountain parks. However, I have not been able, I can see the analysis. What they did is they ran the A40 rate at our A40 rate levels right now, and a budget revenue amount that Tri-State needed to capture, but collecting it differently with the new rate design. And what they wanted to see was how your load factor would shake out. Would you pay more under this new rate design because of how it was designed? than the old A40 rate. That comparison, because you're trying to look at apples to apples, did not include the rate increase of the, on top of that rate design. And so, I mean, I'm thinking we're gonna get, I don't know, somewhere between 7 and 10%. But Carl could feel differently. Now, one thing to remember is, let's say it's 6% and they can always go back if they under collect and collect another 3% or 4% that following year to true it up. So we won't really know. But I haven't seen Jeff's. I haven't seen the analysis of that. There's discussion about Tri-State's, if Tri-State, the current rate that was supported by the RDC, they think that that will lower their cost to borrow and give their lenders a lot more security. And so that will be cheaper and their rate won't have to be as expensive as sort of a stated rate with a fuel pass-through sort of thing that Jeff is suggesting.
And I think, Rob, in response to your question, it doesn't matter which methodology is approved. The amount is going to be the same. How you collect that amount, I think, is going to be the question. The one caveat in the rate that Liz was talking about in January is they have put in like minimum margin, meeting certain ratios, and that could affect that rate where that it is slightly higher than the rate that, what is Jeff's called? Formula Light?
Formula Light, but then
Yeah.
it's been renamed in the presentation that went out last night about, so the RDC, because of United objected to some, United suggested they would not support some things in the, as currently conceived in the rate that the RDC was going to talk about today. So we got a presentation fairly late yesterday. And I think they've renamed the formula Light to something else, but anyway.
Yeah, and one of the
moving target, very much a moving target.
Yeah, one of the big differences between the Formula Light and the formula is what you collect in the formula. And Jeff Wadsworth in his Light formula is limiting it to the types of things that have historically been collected in a formula rate. Tri-State's formula rate adds in some additional things, which, you know, I would say are not historically the way that a formula works, but it's not beyond the pale that somebody could look at that, say FERC, and say, okay, you know, yes, you could include that in there. I think some of the things that Tri-State is attempting to get with the RDC rate that was discussed in January are things that they will have challenges with at FERC.
Like the
So would, on the PVREA rate, did I say that right?
Yeah.
Are those things that you just mentioned that Tri-State's trying to recovered somewhere else or not recovered at all?
They are recovered in the formula under the RDC rate,
Right.
Rate Design Committee. It's just that in the PV Pooters Light version, they recover fewer things through the formula. Those other things are set in the actual base, what I would refer to as the base rate that is approved by FERC. So take, for instance, fuel. Fuel is probably recovered the same in both. But under the Rate Design Committee's formula, they also put in a minimum $20 million margin. Under the light version, there is nothing related to the margin. The margin is at risk. So basically, if you do well, then you get your $20 million, but you're not guaranteed that margin. So, and similar to the ratios, the ratios related to equity and other things that are in the RDC version are not in the Poudre Valley version. Those are still board ratios that the board has as goals to try and meet, but you would need to meet them through the base as opposed to the formula.
So I think, Levi, the other thing is, I mean, PVREA views this as a way to encourage Tri-State to curtail costs.
You know, this is consistent with how PVRA is negotiated and everything else.
Yeah.
It's very, you know, it's too bad we didn't have this discussion last.
And that was their approach as the indicated members in the contract termination payment docket, is they were going through the whole way, and then about a week before the hearing, they said, oh, well, we have this other methodology that you should take a look at. And, you know, they didn't just create that the day before. They had known about it for some time, but for some reason, they didn't bring it up earlier. And I would hypothesize that it's because they thought that if they brought it up earlier, there would be more time for people to try and shoot it down.
Yeah, I just think we all need to be, I mean, I'm going to try to learn as much as I can about the new rate, talk to Mark. I think I'm quite certain there'll be at least one more meeting in February. There might be two. I mean, that'll be 4 RDC meetings this month. But I think we just have to be very fluid and flexible. We're going to be fine. Our members are going to be fine, regardless of what happens this year. I think we'll hear later from Mark. You know, it's going to be okay, but we're just not going to have certainty.
The one big issue with the formula rate is how frequently you true it up. Monthly provides more complexity to the true up because basically every month it is changing. Typically it's quarterly. Tri-State's proposal under the RDC is annual. You can do that, but as Liz has seen with the way that they have done it, is that it was an annual true up, but if you're truing up 23, it doesn't go into effect until 25, which typically doesn't happen. You true it up for the period, and then the next period it goes into effect. So whatever happened in 23 would affect 24. But the way that they are proposing it, that's not the way that they would do it. It would be a year gap for some reason. And I'm not sure why they would want to do that, because the whole purpose of having a formula rate is to be able to collect what you either collect or give back what you over or under collected. And you should want to do that as soon as you can. And so waiting a year beyond the year seems counterproductive to having a formula.
So there's been, on that issue, there's been discussion about, I mean, Mark correctly points out that collecting it sooner would be better for Tri-State. So the question is, they don't close their books on, say, 23 until March of 24. Then they could do the true up. They could bill the co-ops for the true up in April or May, and they could give them the rest of 2024 to pay that off in a lump sum. But for the irrigation co-ops, that's an issue. Some co-ops want to have it on a calendar year. So there's all that discussion about how this would work. And the other thing that the PVREA is, from what I understand, they would base their true up on the individual budget amount. So Mountain Parks is forecast to provide Tri-State with X amount of revenue based on our load forecasting and Tri-State's load forecasting. That is how, if we're under that or over that, that's how our true up would be assigned, which means every single co-op has a different true up amount, and it really depends on whether you're growing or shrinking or and whether that even is going to fly, it's super complex. There's a lot of discussion about how the whole true up thing is going to work. And I don't think it's settled. Well, it's definitely not settled.
Yeah. Typically, the true up is based on something like kilowatts, megawatt hours. And so you figure out what the amount is and say it's $100 and you sold 100 kilowatts, then it's $1 per kilowatt. To do something like Pooter is suggesting, where it's what Tri-State forecasted that you would use and contribute it to revenue to them. And then if you didn't contribute that much, then you have to make up the difference. That I don't think is something that would fly at FERC because there's no relationship whatsoever to actual usage moving forward. And so when you have a situation where you have a fiscal or calendar year where you do your finances, then but it takes you 3 months after the calendar year to figure out the end of the year, then what you will normally do with the true up mechanism is that runs on a fiscal year. So it runs from April 1 to March 31st. And so by the time you get to March 31st, you know what the ones are from the previous year, and then the new factor goes into effect if you're doing it on an annual basis. But I think Liz is right. There's probably more meetings in her future. And I think that it's going to be difficult to get consensus because there are how whatever comes out affects you tends to affect your decision making as to what you want to do with it. And if there are 42 members, you're going to probably have 42 different positions on, I would like it, but I would like it to be this way. And you can't do that. It's got to be one method. And as Tri-State points out frequently, it's 4 states and 42 members that are all different. Yeah.
Any other questions? So, go ahead.
Well, whenever we're done with this, if you want, Liz, lunch is here so we could break for lunch.
That's what I was going to say. Let's break for lunch. It's 7 minutes past lunchtime for you guys. And let's come back at
12:15.
12:15.
Hey, Liz, Carl here. Can I ask a question that you can mull over lunch?
You bet, Carl.
Go ahead, Carl.
Well, the Tri-State Board meeting is March 1st.
Right.
I would like to vote for whatever recommendation comes out of the RDC by the consensus of the Mountain Parks Board. So how are we going to handle how Mountain Parks is going to react to whatever proposal comes out of this, so I know how to vote?
Well, that's a really good question, Carl. At first we have to know what the proposal is that's going to come out. And I think you guys have to have, that proposal may need to be finalized for that agenda 10 days before your meeting, I think. So sometime.
Liz, you broke up a little bit, but I think the answer is, Carl, the board votes on whether or not to put that proposal from the RDC out to the membership or comment. And then the members have a time period, and I believe it's 60 days to provide comment. And that June 1st deadline is when Tri-State the board, taking into account all of those comments, votes to then send that proposal to FERC.
Well, do you have a different impression than I do? I think March 1st, if there's a recommendation from the RDC, Tri-State will vote to either accept it or not. Then there are minority reports, which you're referring to, that will come out. But I'm not sure that's going to affect the vote on March 1st. So I may be confused on that, but that's my impression.
No, I agree, Carl. It would be helpful for you to have a read of what Mountain Park's position is. Because I think I don't know what the terminology is, but they basically have to say, yes, this is the rate design that we are noticing to our members. And your decision has to be, do I want to notice this? Is this the path we want to go down? Do we want to notice this, or should we be doing something else? And yeah, it's going to be, and because I don't know what that proposal is yet. I mean, I thought it was going to be what we talked about last time, but now I'm not so certain what it's going to be. So.
And I agree with you. It's totally up in the air from my read and following of the RDC. And they're bringing up a lot of issues here lately that really haven't been discussed. And so, I'm confused if the board wants me to use my discretion to vote on it, or if I'm going to get clear direction from the board. But I haven't heard anything from the rest of the board yet. So mull it over lunch and
Okay.
let me know what you decide.
I'll talk to Mark a little bit about this over lunch too, and we'll just decide if we have, once we get that. Eat your lunches.
Well, and Mark and the board, totally. I mean, I want to represent the board.
We'll get it from the board too, but I'm going to talk to Mark about sort of the process. And then, what I'm thinking is that Mark and I could really dig into whatever that proposal is, and then share our thoughts with the board about whether we ought to urge you to, and take questions from the board about the rate, and then, or the design, and then we can, whether we can do that by email. Do we need a Zoom meeting at the end of February? And then I'm kind of like, I don't know how much all this matters, what our say really matters.
Well, I agree with that. I mean, if we're only going to be with Tri-State for 1 year after the new rate, then probably it doesn't matter. I don't know, but.
Right. And I also think, okay, I think there are some things in the rate that really could matter to us that we would want to look very closely at. Mostly dealing with how the BDP and the CTP payments get used. But other than that.
I'll let you go eat your dinner, and that's all I have.
Okay, thanks, Carl.
Okay, we will be back at 12:15.
Dinner or supper?
I know, it's supper.
Right now, it's supper?
No.
Hey, everyone. I'm dying to know how lunch from Granby Ranch was. I mean,
Really
Granby
good.
Granby Garage.
It's good change.
It's like 90 weight.
No idea.
You didn't sign up?
Couldn't tell.
Ever been there?
Use Spark.
We had it for lunch today, but I have a negative COVID test, but I recently had COVID. And the only thing I can taste,
990, done.
yeah, I can't taste.
Okay,
Yeah.
Liz?
Thanks, Jess.
I'm here, Mark.
Okay, in reference to the question that Carl raised prior to us going to lunch, it is specifically addressed in Tri-State Policy 315, and the policies, by the way, for the board are in the call to order. And the policy is named Rate Design Process Policy. And step 2 of the Board of Directors actions says the Board of Directors shall not adopt any new rate design or adopt any modification of any rate design or adopt any modification of the design of any wholesale electric service rates for any member system unless, and then it provides steps. And the third step is written notice of the proposed change has been provided to each member system at least 90 calendar days prior to such Board of Directors action. So what I believe that the board will be voting on in March is whether or not to notice the proposal from the RDC. And then 90 days after that is when the board can actually take action of whether or not, based on all of the comments, to forward that proposal on to FERC.
So it sounds like, Carl, I think I mean, it would behoove Mountain Parks that Tri-State notice a rate. And so regardless of what the design is.
Yeah, because the notice then gives the member systems the opportunity to comment and potentially say what they would change or what they would add to or take away from the RDC's proposal. And then once that happens, the board takes into account all of those comments and makes a decision of whether or not to forward to FERC the proposal that was noticed.
All right. Carl, are you good with that?
Well, I don't know if I'm good with that. So essentially, you're telling me that Mountain Parks doesn't have to make a decision until 90 days after March?
Well,
June?
yes, Carl, ultimately, yes. On March 1, you are going to be asked to vote whether or not to notice. And the board can opine now for you that, you know, whether or not they want you to notice the RDC's proposal. And I don't want to speak for the board, but I think that it makes sense to notice it. Then once and everybody else comments during that 90-day period, when it comes to May 1st, when the board will be asked to then vote on whether or not to forward that proposal, I think in that 90-day period, knowing what the proposal is, the board will give you further direction on whether or not to vote to forward it to FERC.
I think the other thing is just to note, we are supporting, we are voting for noticing it. That does not mean we agree with what's in the rate design necessarily, or that we will support what's in the rate design. We are simply in favor of noticing the recommended rate.
Not, Carl's meeting is March 1st.
Well, March 1st is when they would vote whether or not to notice it.
Yep.
And then 90 days after that, May 1st would be when they would vote whether or not to send the proposal to FERC. Because that's actually step 3 in the action.
Just to clarify, I think it's actually May 31st.
Yeah, because of 30 days and 31, yes, you're probably right. They can do it exactly 90 days later, so it might not be on a first.
Is this another funny, the notice is going out in March and they think 90 days is up in May?
Well, at the end of May. So 31 days in March.
They're doing it on March
April.
1st?
What?
It's on March 1st?
March 1st.
Oh, okay.
And so basically 30 days in March, April, and May. And so May 30th would be when they could vote to send it to FERC.
Does Carl need direction from us now?
Well, I think that the board should give Carl direction on whether or not to vote affirmatively to notice it. Not necessarily that we support it, we agree with it, but whether or not to notice it at the March 1st meeting.
I concur, for what it's worth.
Yeah.
You need a motion or anything? Direction.
I don't think so. I think you can just give the direct.
I would not do that. He has fiduciary duties that
Yep.
we shouldn't be
So
directing him to do one thing or the other.
Liz, the 4 in this room would be in favor of noticing it.
Okay, that's great. Carl, just so you know, should you decide that noticing is what you want to do as a tri-state director, you have the support of the Mountain Parks Board.
Okay, well, common sense tells me that if what Mark's saying is correct, and I'm sure it is, that the notice will be the rate that's filed. Because if it's not, then Tri-State is going to have to reconvene another rate committee meetings or whatever to discuss the minority opinion. So essentially, in my mind, whatever is noticed is going to be filed. So just so you understand that, and I represent Mountain Parks on Tri-State's board, and I'd like to represent what the board feels is correct for a rate design. In Mountain Parks is the CTP has not come out. No, there's no certainty that we can afford to do the buyout, in my mind, and we're going to have to agree with the rate. And I think Mountain Parks needs to take into consideration also that whatever that CTP number is, we're going to have to finance that, and we're going to probably have to raise our rates higher than Tri-State to pay that off. But just so you know where I'm coming from, and I certainly want to represent Mountain Parks at this vote because I think that will be the ultimate rate.
So, Carl, are you saying that I just want to be sure that I understand your position on this. Are you saying that by voting to notice this rate, that Mountain Parks is taking a position as to whether they would support or oppose the rate?
Yes.
Okay, because that's not my understanding of position when they support the idea of noticing the rate design. I mean, that's certainly not my understanding of it.
Could I ask Carl something? Carl, it's kind of hard for me, hat on, to weigh in one way or the other because we don't know what the rate is. So how can I say whether I would support it or not yet? Like I'm supportive of doing what needs to be done to get that information, but we haven't seen anything yet. Final.
Well, I don't know that anybody knows what the rate will be until the FERC accepts a formula or a stated rate or et cetera, and the design of the rate, that's what's going to be the rate in my mind. I mean, if we support the design of the rate from the recommendation of the RDC, I think that is what's going to happen unless FERC says, hell no. And nobody knows, you know, anything about that until they rule. But
Carl, I don't see our board right now. We have not voted or taken a position to support or oppose rate design. The only position we've taken is that we think that the rate design should be noticed to the members, to the tri-state members.
well, and that's a rate design that comes out of the RDC, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so that will be what we're voting on to support, or what I'm going to be voting on to support or not support.
You would vote on that at the end of May, whether you support or oppose it. But in March,
I think I disagree. I think I'm going to vote on it in 1st of March, but you know, I don't know.
Well, Carl, I think what will most likely happen is that when on March 1st, the board takes up the RDC's proposal, you'll have virtually unanimous support to notice it. Because then during the next 90 days, the co-ops can provide their feedback, their counter proposal, whatever, to the board. And then at the end of May, you will have the vote of whether or not the board wants to forward that proposal to FERC. That vote, I think, is almost assuredly not going to be unanimous because there are going to be people after they see what the RDC puts forward and looks at it, they're going to vote no because they don't like it.
The 90-day comment period will not play into what that final vote is for Carl, correct?
Well,
It'll play into his
no.
vote, but they're not going to change it to what, if we commented.
Well, yeah, so let's say that we'll use one thing that is going to be in it.
20% margin.
Whether or not to directly assign transmission costs. So let's say that the RDC puts it forward and says, we will not directly assign transmission costs. And so during the 90-day period, we look at it and we say, FERC requires you to do this. And perhaps FERC gives a ruling on that and says, we require you to have that in your rate. So we would get to the end of May. And then if the proposal that the board looks at says, we are not going to do it, then I would think that the Mountain Parks Board would look at that and say, we oppose filing that rate because it's not consistent with what FERC has ruled you have to do.
Okay.
Well,
But the rate will not be split.
Mark,
Go ahead,
I'm confused totally, honestly, because I think the minority opinions need to come in that 90 days. And if we oppose the rate design that we're going to propose to FERC, the vote in March is very important to me. I'm not sure how Tri-State will handle it FERC says yay, nay, or whatever they say, whether we will go back and reconvene a rate committee to come up with a different design, or if we'll just say, okay, FERC, we accept what you say and go down the road. So like I said, I think the March 1st vote is very important. And I don't know, nobody said anything about whether we're gonna file a minority report or not. But like I said, to me, the March 1st decision is very important because I think that's what will be presented to FERC. That's my opinion, right or wrong.
And that might in fact be the case. What is presented on March 1st for the board to notice may in fact be what is then sent on to FERC. However, I think that there are a number of co-ops during the RDC that have said, if it doesn't include direct assignment, then we will vote against it. They may vote to notice it because once it's noticed, then you know what is being proposed, and then each of the 42 boards of directors can then review it and make a decision of whether or not they can support it as it is noticed. And then when the final vote at the end of May comes up, then I think you will have some that say, if the direct assignment is not going to be done, then we believe that the filing that we would make would be rejected by FERC, so therefore we will not support it. And it may still pass.
Okay, well, you have a difference of opinion about what
See
I,
what Carl's saying too, though.
you know,
Yeah.
It's just,
if
Otherwise, we
if the co-op opposes the direct assignment, and I think there's other issues also, I don't think they're going to vote to just notice it. And then protest later. So, like I said, I have a difference of opinion and a different feeling than you do, but that's my take. So I'll shut up for now.
I think Carl, you make some good points. I mean, you're talking about the practical implications, and Mark and I are talking about reading the words in the policy and what they mean. Practically, you're right. If people really opposed that rate and enough of them voted so that it wasn't noticed, it would go, I don't know, I guess Tri-State would say, okay, our directors won't notice this. We've got to go back to the drawing board. But I don't think that the question is whether to notice it, not whether people support it or oppose it. And in that particular vote, we're just going to have to see first of all, we can't really, Mark and I and the board, we don't know what the rate design is going to, we've known what this past one kind of looked like, but what's going on right now, we don't know what's coming out of there, and we don't know what's going to be recommended to be noticed. So we can't really have a position on it yet. We've made clear some of the positions we had on the former rate or the former rate design, but we don't know what this one is yet.
So you want me to just vote yes to notice it, and we'll take it from there and go down the road? Is that what the board wants or not?
do you think by voting to not notice it, Carl, that it would force greater consensus building? Or do you think it'll just be noticed regardless?
I think it would force a different design and somewhere close to a consensus vote to take into consideration the objections that United and certain other co-ops are gonna raise. So
Yeah.
I think if we vote no, that means that we don't like it, and we want to a different outcome from the
Yeah,
RDC.
Liz tracks this most closely, but I would say you should vote how you feel will help the rate design committee come to better consensus.
Okay, well, if that's what the board desires, I'll
Just
use
me.
my discretion and go from there.
Well, that went quickly.
So we are on to old business.
Yeah. So earlier we talked a little bit about the charitable giving, well, about the gifting process, the funding process. I had asked at the last meeting that perhaps we have a discussion with a couple board members, meet with a charitable trust at one of their regularly scheduled meetings, meet their new members, learn about what they see in the future, and think about whether or not we can work more closely with them. I'm going to guess it was probably 5 years or more. We basically shifted $20,000 a year from the educational fund to the charitable trust for them to administer small educational project asks. And given that what's happened in the last 5 years, I'm wondering if with inflation and costs, and maybe should we increase that? Would it unload some of the requests we're getting and give them time to think about it and have more of a process? So that's kind of where I was going with that. And if a couple of members could attend that meeting, it'd be great. And then what I'm hoping is that from that meeting, we can move forward as a board and talk about the strategy and the process of how we administer the community and educational fund, so we aren't overwhelmed. So
Meeting with what members?
She wants that the charitable trust committee that Mountain Parks has that oversees smaller grants.
She wants it. You want a meeting of charitable trust members?
No, a volunteer.
Charitable Trust Board meets every other month. Liz is asking for a couple of the Mountain Parks Board members to attend the Charitable Trust Board meeting and have a discussion with members of the trust.
That's what I missed. Okay.
That's the 14th?
Yeah, at 4 p.m.
At 4 p.m. Justin, are you thinking you can still make that?
That's what I was hoping to do, yes.
Okay, and I think Kristen also can make it. Is there anyone else who would want to go? Okay, so Justin and Kristen.
Is that in Granby?
Yes.
In here, I think.
It's either in the community room or in here.
That's like Valentine's Day dinner plans.
Somebody that I believe, depending on the action, I don't think it's usually more than 60 to 90 minutes.
Okay.
I've been to two and it went pretty quickly.
I have an old business question. In a previous meeting, we approved some funding to the Headwaters Land Trust contingent on the ability to review the materials. Did they provide those to Mountain Parks for review?
They have not, but I don't think that they're done yet.
Okay.
My understanding of his presentation was that they were working through those. And so it might be a few months before they had the paperwork or documents ready for review. And I believe it was actually last month that we approved, or the board approved the contribution. So I would think, it may be May or June before you actually see the documents.
Okay, on to new business. Is there? Yes. All right, is there some emergency business, Mark?
Yes, we'd like to, I'd like to discuss the preliminary financials, and then also discuss deferred revenue. So you want me to just go ahead?
Yeah, I think go ahead and maybe, Carl, could you mute your line? Go ahead, Mark.
Okay. Last year in December, we lost money, and part of that was driven by the steps that the board approved that took place in December, the one-time contribution to employee 401ks, and then the foregoing of the December service availability charge or member charge, the $29 a month. Those two adjustments totaled somewhere in the neighborhood of $1 million. And so for the December of 2021, we lost $900,000.
So not 22, 21.
Right, okay, yeah.
Last year.
Yeah,
Last year.
that's right, we're in 23, so December of 2021. December of 2022, that's easy to say, our revenue was higher than December 21 and higher than budget. And as a result, the margin for December of 2022 was significantly higher than what had been budgeted. Now, part of that margin was driven by the recognition of the gain of the sale of the Winter Park land. And the gain was about $780,000, give or take. So what that resulted in is a year-to-date margin. So all of 2022, the margin is approximately $1.4 million above budget. And then $1.5 million above 2021's margin. So we had been tracking things fairly closely because throughout the year, the margin was slightly higher than what we had anticipated that it would be. But at the same time, we thought that November and December might be lower than expectation. And so that would bring that margin down. That did not happen. So we have a margin in the neighborhood for 2022 of about $3.8 million.
Say that again, sorry, Mark. Say that again, Mark.
$3.8 million.
Was what?
What?
I didn't get what that was.
2022's margin.
Okay, total of 3.
Does that include the Winter Park?
That includes the Winter Park land. So
3 without that.
what?
So with subtracting that out, it would be 3 million?
About 3, yeah.
Which is still considerably higher than.
That's considerably higher than we normally have or historically have had. In and of itself, that is not really an issue, except for the board that is in place in 20 years when you have to give that margin back because it's a significant amount of money. The other thing that I think when presenting the budget for 2023, we knew that 23 could be a very challenging year based on, things that will happen at Tri-State or not in 23, and the fact that we potentially needed to raise rates in 23, but we did not. So what I would propose for the board is that currently we have about $1.5 million in deferred revenue. I would like to propose to the board that we defer $750,000 of this margin into deferred revenue. That will do two things. It will lower the margin for future years and boards that have to address that when it comes due for allocation to members. And it will also provide a cushion for the board in the event that things in the 23 budget don't go as we anticipated and that we need some additional revenue that could be taken from the deferred revenue and applied to 23 to basically cushion the financial situation of Mountain Parks as it moves into 23. So for instance, if Tri-State, they said January of 2024, but if for some reason they needed to accelerate the rate increase and they moved it into, say, it was effective in November of 23, with this additional cushion, the Mountain Parks Board could take its time in deciding what the rate would be for our members. And you could do that effective January 1 of 24, like we had anticipated. And you could use the deferred revenue as the cushion to basically pay the additional increase for Tri-State, from Tri-State for our cost of power in November and December, and still be able to implement the rate increase on the time frame that we have suggested to the members. So with that, I will stop and see if anybody has questions.
Kind of deferred revenue what we have left after that.
Well, the answer is we don't know because we don't know what the rate increase is going to be.
So hopefully we wouldn't suck up all that in a month.
We are not going to deplete our deferred revenue. Because that's my point.
I would say it's highly unlikely, and I'll give you an example of why I think that. The differential when Tri-State lowered the rate based on the settlement by 2% in March 2020, and then another 2% in March of 2022, those two together or combined were about $1.5 million, give or take. If they ended up increasing their rate by 8 to 10% and it affected 2 months, it's unlikely to be higher than that 1.5. And if we defer $750,000, we would have $2.25 million in deferred revenue. So we should be able to absorb that increase.
You had a 3.8 million profit margin last year. Why not defer more than 750,000?
And we can. I was being conservative, and that, I mean, we could defer $1 million.
I guess the question I had is, okay, so we have this money coming in from the property sale. We want to buy property. I don't want, like, will that have to come out of deferred revenue? So
No, two different things. So revenue, the deferred revenue would be used to augment the revenue that we would have in a future period, and that period could be 23, so as to end up where we don't have a negative margin at the end of 23. The money that we receive from the sale of the Winter Park land is cash. And if we decide to do something with it, we would spend that cash. That doesn't necessarily affect our revenue.
I'd still be in favor of deferring more.
Okay, great.
But to back up, you mentioned a contribution to the 401ks. Was that at the end of 22?
It was at the end of 21.
21.
Yes.
Because we just had the end of 22.
Right.
And where did that funding come from? Was that deferred revenue also?
No, that we had sufficient cash, and we were trying to lessen the margin. And so when you have that additional cash and the expense associated with it, it lessens the margin, and we had the cash to be able to put it into the 401k, and then also to reduce the amount that we would bill our members in December. And because we reduced that amount, that was less cash that came in, but it also affected the revenue. We had revenue.
I just have to, what makes the end of 22 different than the end of 21?
The amount of cash we have.
Okay, so cash versus deferred revenue.
Yes.
Our cash situation.
Yeah.
The end of 22 is quite a bit different than the end of 21.
In to the tune of about $4+ million, maybe 4.5. So
lower.
Yes, lower. So, I mean, we could have, which we didn't because, and we're past December at this point, we could have looking at it said, okay, you know what? We're going to do the same thing. We're going to forego that $29 charge. And then it would have reduced the margin. The problem is we didn't believe we had the cash to be able to do that.
Or increase paying our capital credits back. I think we had talked about that at one time, but then.
We did. And we talked about, as we got towards the end of 22, that if we had sufficient cash, that we could do a special distribution to members of capital credits. And that would, of course, help to reduce the margin. We didn't have the cash. I mean, and when I say we didn't have the cash, we still have $9 million of cash at the end of December, which is a lot of money, except for the fact that we also have expenses that we will need to continue to pay. And so, in my opinion, we didn't have sufficient cash to be able to make a proposal to the board that let's do something to reduce the margin by giving money back or doing something else.
How often, say in the last 10 years, have we had surplus cash
Every year.
as opposed to this year?
21, we had about 14 million. 20, we had 18 million. Before that, I think it was in the 16 million dollar range. One of the things that has affected our cash is the fact that we have not borrowed to do construction and fire restoration and the fiber. Had we done that, then we would have more cash because, of course, you know, the money to do those things would have come from borrowing. The other thing that has affected our cash is that all of those FEMA projects, we finally started to get money back after almost 2 years, and we have gotten a significant amount of money from FEMA. We still are waiting for money from FEMA, and to the tune of probably about $2.5 million, which would, of course, make our cash balance look better if we had that money. We don't have it.
What's been the history of the foregoing things such as foregoing the monthly service charge or contributions to the 401k?
To my knowledge, this is the first time that the organization had ever done the contribution to the 401k, the special contribution. And I don't know, but in the 4 years I have been here, that we had never foregone the service availability charge either.
I don't know.
Yeah.
82.
Say, you know, 2 years ago, as a director, I felt pretty solid on where we were. You know, I just felt like in 2021, that had been a really rough year. Employees have been asked to do a lot. Members have been pinched. And we felt like we could swing it. I've been watching the financials pretty closely, and I just wasn't like, I thought about those things and thought about them in December, but looking at the November, where November turned out, that was a month when, you know, our expenses exceeded our revenue by a fair chunk, and it was hard to know where December was going to come in. But personally, and I feel like sharing some of this, figuring out a way to share this, both our members and our employees who've worked really hard during last year would be advantageous. But, you know, we have to be thoughtful about it as far as the cash flows. So I don't know if we're going to solve that, have those conversations today and solve it, but it's something I'd like the board to think about going forward.
What was our budgeted margin for 2023? $1.1 million or $1.5 million or something is what you've written in there.
No, for 23, do you remember? I think it was $1.7 million.
$1.8 million, I think.
Yeah,
But here,
1.769.
Yes, so
So what?
1,769,000.
So what about going back on that? Can we reduce that amount and try to be leaner? And then if we need to use a larger chunk for deferred revenue to cover it, if it doesn't work out, is that feasible?
Well, I assume that we will try to be as lean as possible in 23. But unless you go back and approve a different budget, but that isn't necessarily going to affect.
No, not this year, but.
Yeah.
Or use some of the deferred revenue to pay off margins from 2022 in 2023. I know we try to do first in, first out, but if we paid down some of the, it's kind of
Well,
paying
and
yourself halfway through.
just so we are all on the same page here, the deferred revenue, we defer the revenue, but we have to have the cash that corresponds to that revenue.
And it gets allocated too.
Yeah.
In 22, even.
And so if we do another 750,000 or a million, we, of that $9 million that we had at the end of December, and it probably more than that in January, but we would allocate a portion of that. So instead of having 1.5 in deferred revenue, we would have 2.5 in deferred revenue. And the auditors look at that and say, okay, you have this deferred revenue. Do you actually have the cash? Yes, we do. And so part of even increasing the deferred revenue is also taking another slice of the cash. Doesn't mean that we can't spend that cash, because in order to maintain our tier, the board's policies say that, you can do some of this stuff, but the IRS takes a very dim view of you saying we have $2.5 million in deferred revenue and you have no cash to back that up.
We are an interest.
Marcus,
Fun.
Carl.
Yeah.
What do we have in debt that we could pay that down? I know we've been pretty adamant with Tri-State about the deferred revenue and the PERC and all that, paying down debt. What kind of debt do we have that we could pay down instead of deferred revenue?
Well, in order to pay down the debt, one, we have to have cash. And two, our debt that we refinance from RUS to CoBank, it has a prepayment penalty. So if we were to try and pay down debt, we would incur a significant penalty associated with it. I think from the Tri-State perspective, they have either the bullet debt / commercial paper, or debt that has been outstanding for a longer period of time, and so it is within its call provision. And so you can pay either of those off with little or no penalty. With the way that ours is structured and the fact that we just restructured it last year, the penalty, I think, would be severe.
So we don't have any debt to pay down that it wouldn't cost us a significant amount then, correct?
That's correct.
Carl, one thing that I was bringing up is moreover, CD rates, interest rates on cash have gone way up over the last several months. And our debt that has fixed interest rates, I believe, are rather low. So if you can earn 5% in an 11-month CD, which you can right now, on 2.5 million in deferred revenue, that's 125,000. So financially, it seems like it could be a bonus to hang on to more.
Right. And you are correct that the current CD rates, even the 30-day CD rate, is comparable to our long-term debt rate.
Yeah. Good problem to have.
And I think you were going to ask the question, can we earn interest on that deferred revenue?
You guys said yes.
Yes, we can, because what we will potentially move to Schwab is the deferred revenue that we have, and that's what we will invest and be able to get a higher return. And if the board wants us to look at it from the perspective of the education fund, we can also look at moving some money from the education fund there to generate more income for the education fund as well.
So in simple terms, if we do more deferred revenue, it might help us with the buffer the unknowns of Tri-State's second half of 23 rates and so forth.
It will help us buffer the unknowns with Tri-State, but it will also help us buffer things that we potentially have in our budget that we anticipate that it's going to be this and it's not that. I mean, so for instance, Carl mentioned that for 2022, Tri-State budgeted a number for fuel, and it was light by $100 million. We budgeted a number for purchase power during 2023, And it could be higher than that, in which case, the margin that Justin was referring to, that 1.7, maybe it's not, it's zero. And so that deferred revenue helps to cushion us for that as well.
So if 750,000 is a conservative cushion, what's your thoughts on the other end, the high end of cushion?
Well, two pieces to that question. One, because we have outstanding debt with CoBank, or if it was RUS or CFC, whoever it is, we have to get approval from them to defer the revenue. I don't believe it's an issue with CoBank. We tell them that, well, hey, we have $3.8 million. We want to defer $1 million. They're going to say, not a problem. Go ahead and do it. As long as our ratios, our tier are sufficient. And right now, the net tier is 3.01 and the modified tier is 2.76, and they need to be like 1.35. So
We're in good shape.
I mean, we're in very good shape as far as that goes. So I can't imagine CoBank is going to say, no, you can't defer. The other piece of it, though, is you have to have, I think, and our auditors may question that, a reasonable basis for deferring the revenue. And, just that we think it's going to be really bad, so we're going to defer all $3.8 million of it is not going to fly. I think it's got to be reasonable. And we have, within the last 4 years, had $2.5 million in deferred revenue. The other third piece of it is the IRS requires that you can only defer revenues for a certain period of time. So monies that we have deferred, say 2 years ago, it's usually about a 3-year cycle. Then you have to recognize that revenue after 3 years. It's really kind of a shell game if you look at it, because you have to recognize the revenue, but then you can defer revenue from the current year to replace the revenue that you recognized. So what I would say that $1 million is probably, because 2.5, I think, would be a very easily defendable number. Emily may think that we should go higher than that, and I will let her give her opinion on whether or not she thinks we should do more than that.
I don't. Given our cash position, we don't know that because we have to have that cash, So I think that's a safer place to start. And that's a good deal of deferred revenue.
At the 750 or the one?
Bringing it up to 2.5.
And because if you look at our margins over the last 4 years, and even what we project for 23, they're usually within the $2 million range. And so if we have $2.5 million worth of deferred revenue, we're going to have a really bad year to
in total, not just this year's.
Right, in
Right.
total.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that we
So
have
750 would bring it up to 2.25, 1 million would bring it up to
2.5, yes. And so,
Sorry.
if we have, what we do, the 23 budget has a budgeted margin of basically $1.8 million. We'd have to really miss some things or have some second half surprises to go to where we went all through all that 1.7 or 1.8 and into the negative, that we would need to do that. If we are in a position where the 1.8 plus the 2.5, if we have a $4.3 million swing, we've had a really bad year. I don't think I can't imagine a situation where that would happen unless Tri-State decided to put the rate into effect in July and it was 25% increase. That, then we would have a significant problem. But that, I think, is outside the realm of possibility.
Yeah, it seems to me that if you look at the November, December power bills, maybe we're at 5 million or so, 5.2, and if they had a 10% increase, then we're at $500,000. But to get through 4 million would be, it'd be a stretch.
other questions?
Do you guys need to talk to the lenders prior to drafting something up? Is this just a sort of giving you some guidance conversation?
No, this is a motion from the board authorizing us to defer it, subject to approval from the lenders. Because if we're going to do this, as Emily said, we're going to hopefully be closing December in the next week and a half or so. We need to do this before we close December, because once we close December, we can't defer the revenue from 22.
You need a motion?
If the board is so inclined, yes.
So moved.
Which one?
1 million.
Second. Word that.
All in favor?
You have 5 hands or 4 hands here. Carl?
I'm in favor.
All right, motion passes.
Okay.
While we're on emergency business, does anyone want to discuss the care and energy audit presentation? Think about funding for that, or would you, what's your pleasure on that? Todd did email me, and he said that rental properties, renters can request this and have their rental property brought, well, have the property that they rent snuff if the landlord signs off. There's an ability for that to.
What's the cost to us to Parks Electric? One pluses, one minuses.
Well, I think based on his presentation, he was looking for a total of $28,000, $8,000 for the first and then 20 for the second. The cost to actually do the energy upgrades and make it more efficient, that would be our all-in cost. Then we would see potentially some decrease in revenue, but for 12 homes, I don't think, yeah, it's going to be an insignificant amount because, you know, in having had the conversations with Energy Smart or Smart Energy on some of the others, I mean, it's typically, you know, like a trailer or a small house that they're doing, and they might use a lot of power for that size of dwelling, but overall to us, it's not going to move the needle. Now, if you did, you know, 1,000 houses a year, that's going to make a difference. But this is a relatively small number. And I think that the other piece of it, when we were talking with them about some of the things that they were doing in these homes, the budget was between $6,000 and $10,000 per home. And that was a couple years ago. Now, he indicated he thought that they could do 12 for the 70,000. So the leveraged amount that they could do 12. Depending on what you need to do, I think that might be optimistic. So I think the actual number is probably somewhere between the 7 and 12 homes that they could potentially do. My one question, and I should have asked him, is if we give the $2,800 or $28,000 and it's not spent for some reason, what happens to it?
Yeah.
Does it roll over into the next year?
I think my understanding is that we wouldn't be giving it all in a lump sum ahead of time. We would be invoiced for it, and it would be we would have a hard stop at 20,000 for the repairs and 8,000 for the audits, and that we would be paying those out as we got invoiced for it. So if they only do 2 projects, then, you know, we only pay what those 2 projects cost.
Would the Empower Committee be responsible for reviewing and approving those invoices, or would that be a staff responsibility?
I think that's a staff responsibility, Kristen. I think that would, I mean, that's sort of how the weatherization program works with Rob and Chris. I'm not positive how they get their rebates, but I think if they replace a hot water heater or something or a refrigerator, then they work with whoever to get that rebate. It would be,
They make an application for the rebate, it is processed, and then the rebate is signed off. Currently, I sign off on them, just because there wasn't an Emily. And so now that there's an Emily, it will probably go to her, that she reviews the documentation and signs off on the actual payment.
My concern earlier was just overlap of things that we do well and a new program, but it sounds like if 28,000 is an upper limit and it's the first year, the number that actually gets spent could be quite a bit less. So I kind of, it might be a little bit of a pilot program that we approve it and, hope it goes well. And so I'd be in favor of just looking at the whole, approving the entire ask.
It's still,
In terms that we don't do too much overlapping.
and to me, it didn't seem like it was itemized out very much though. I mean, the 8,000 is that to train the person in Grand Lake and?
No, that's for energy audits.
So that's just for the actual,
Yes,
it's basically providing a free energy audit through those individuals.
right. And
Or subsidized one.
So-
Had to pay to get.
Yeah.
yeah.
That was that chart that had the 200.
Yep, I remember
Right.
that. Yeah.
And so the one is $75 if the XL money is available. If the XL money is not available, then it's $200 that comes out of that 8,000.
Yep.
Rob, this kind of plays our program up 2 or 3 notches. You feel pretty good about this? Kind of feel good program, or what do you?
Philosophical thing. So, the math side of me wants to say $28,000 for 7 to 12 people. When you do this, you significantly help a few people. Other programs might take that money and try to help more people. So I think it just depends on what your goal is, what you want to do, what you feel good about, what your philosophy is. We don't really have any program here to help our, hardest strapped members other than other organizations that we work with. So this would do something that we don't do and really help them. And like Cray said, maybe they don't use the full 28,000 and it's minimal. So I guess it just depends on what kind of effort you want to make to help these that have financial hardship, that use a lot of energy. And what I can say, I guess, is just that we don't have anything that really does this right now.
Yeah, and I think that this is that old proverb, give a man a fish, feed him for a day, teach him to fish, feed him for his life. The money that we currently give to Mountain Family Center helps people pay their electric bill. With this, we are helping them solve a long-term problem where their electric bill is not going to be as high. And so that maybe then that money that we would be giving to them to help pay their electric bill gets able to help somebody else in that same situation. So I think that that's the difference. What we do is we identify a potential with the stuff that Rob and Chris do. We identify what they can maybe do to try and fix it. But if it's that you need more insulation, unless they have the money to do the insulation, they can't fix that. If it's the heat tape, yeah, they can turn it off. But if we identify that and then they go in and they say, okay, as part of this other program, we're actually going to put insulation in. We're going to, make your windows tighter. Then their energy bill is actually going to be decreased as a result of it. And that, for the ones at least that are eligible for Excel, it'll reduce their gas costs as well as their electric.
And maybe it's a little seed money for, if Excel's in now and we get in, then maybe the other gas provider other than Excel, which I think is North Park, and maybe the propane company jumps in. So
Yeah.
it might be.
And he did mention that the towns are also willing to help support it.
Yeah.
And so I think that, it's that, as Rob said, it's that philosophy. Do we want to, just try and fix the symptom, or do we want to try and help fix the problem?
And this money would be going to What was it? Did he have a MPE or
It's,
is it-
So
Collar.
yeah, so the money to do the actual upgrades, Justin, the CARES program or CARE program, that's administered by Energy Outreach Colorado. So
Yep.
Energy Outreach Colorado would be sending those invoices for that work to Mountain Parks Electric. The energy audit program, that's through Energy Smart. And Energy Smart would be administering those audit.
So Liz, is this just a motion to set aside up to 28,000 in the Mountain Parks budget for payments for Energy Smart? Or like, how would this be worded in a motion?
Say to support the CARES program up to a maximum of $20,000. The CARES program administered by the Outreach Colorado up to $20,000. And
CARES program up to 28,000?
8,000.
or up to 28,000 for CARES, and then the other program up to 8,000.
20,000,
20,000, okay, and up to 8 for,
8 for Energy Smart. Because it's going to go to 2 different entities. And I think that Energy Smart, it sounded to me like they were willing to pay for the training of that auditor. While we discussed paying for that 8,000 is going to go to audits rather than training.
Where are we getting this money from?
Your bank account.
yeah, is this an education fund or like a regular budget
This,
request?
Up to you guys.
Yeah,
You know, I wasn't sure what you would think, period. So,
such a. I mean, this is a community benefit, so
And we had $3.8 million also.
yeah, but we also have a huge profit margin last year, so. Okay, I'll throw a
Are the
motion.
audits educational?
No, it's community benefit, I think, is what Kristen is saying.
Community benefit and the education.
Because it's the education fund, but it can be used for community.
Throw a motion out for discussion. I move to reserve up to 28,000 Mountain Parks budget in 2023 with up to 20,000 for CARES and up to 8,000 for Energy Smart.
Second.
This is Carl. I will second that motion if it also includes an assessment and a report to the board every year of where it was spent and how it was spent, et cetera. So I will second the motion if that's included.
I will modify my motion to include that. So I move to allocate up to 28,000 from the Mountain Parks budget to fund up to 20,000 for the CARES program and up to 8,000 for Energy Smart, contingent on an annual report to the board. Are you comfortable seconding that, Carl?
Yes, I am.
Thank you, sir.
all in favor? Or any more discussion, I guess I should be asking.
Yeah, we all voted, Liz. You didn't see it. Everyone
Okay.
raised their hand.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. So we'll have to ratify both those decisions. Well, maybe we don't because we had them under emergency business.
Yeah, you should, even if under emergency business, ratify it.
So we'll add them to the agenda next month.
Okay, Mountain Park Services meeting, do we have any need for that?
No,
Okay. I think we need a motion to go into executive session to discuss power supply, legal issue or advice from an attorney. Legal update and general manager employment agreement.
And I have a late developing item that I'll just call confidential member communication.
Okay, Great.
Good move. Get all that, Kristen.
Mark seconded.
Okay, all in favor? Aye, and then from the perspective of staff, who do we need in the room for this, for the first?
I'm not sure what the member
Justin.
issue is. Levi is the member, oh wait, hold on. Let's stop the recording.